என்னம்மா எதுக்கு? ஆமா ஆமா ஆமா.
நம்ம ஆக்சுவலா 70% யூஸ் பண்ண சொல்லிருக்காங்க. அப்படி பார்த்தோம்னா நம்ம மைனஸ் போக ஆரம்பிச்சு.
சரி நம்ம எழுதிடுவோம் இப்போ லெட்டர். ஒரு லெட்டர் நாளைக்கு வந்தவொடனே ஒரு சொல்லி எழுத சொல்லிடுவோம்.
செக் போட்டாங்க சார் கேட்டேன் சார் மைனஸ் போகுது அப்படி மீட்டிங் பேசுகிறேன்.
சரி அப்போ வச்சிருங்க கொடுக்குறேன்.
വണ്ടി ഉണ്ടാവും, രജിസ്ട്രേഷനും ഉണ്ടാവും. രജിസ്ട്രേഷനും കൂട്ടിക്കൊണ്ടുപോകണം. അപ്പം നാളത്തേക്കേ വണ്ടി കിട്ടും. ഫ്രഷറിന് എഴുതി പറയും ഇതാക്കിയാൽ മതി. അത് തന്നെ പറഞ്ഞാണ്. ഇവിടെ പോതാടൊരു താമസം പോയിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ശരി ആ
Good morning, everybody, and welcoming all of you on the second day of the session for the national webinar on aquaculture innovation, sustainability, and beyond. And today also we have 4 lead speakers. Dr. V.R. Suresh, Principal Scientist, CMFRI Cochin, will be presenting on cage-based aquaculture, the status and future. So this is a very important aspect of system-based aquaculture. And the next lecture will be delivered by Dr. Kaladharan, Principal Scientist, CMFRI Cochin, on the potential and future of seaweed farming. So there is a lot of stress and importance now given, especially based on the PMMSY scheme, where we have to focus on seaweed, which is going to be the future food. And Dr. Kaladharan will be explaining to us on the potential and the status as well as the future. The third lecture will be delivered by Dr. Karmita Banerjee Saban, Senior Scientist, SIFI, Mumbai, and she will be focusing on the sustainability and revival of endemic ornamental fauna. So we have a lot of fauna in the aquaculture sector, untapped resources are there, a revival of species. So all this will be covered by Dr. Karmita. And the final lecture will be by Mr. Christopher, who is owning Aquatic Remedies Chennai, and he is a lead entrepreneur in aquaculture. And I'm also proud to say that he was my student, and he is doing very well in aquaculture. And this is going to be really a motivational talk, especially for the students. So I welcome all of you. And the final lecture will be by to all these lectures, and request is that kindly put off your microphones, and the questions can be entered into the chat box, and after each session we will be having the discussion. So welcome all the speakers on behalf of the organizing committee, and also the convener, our dean, and also on behalf of the vice chancellor. Thank you, and welcome one and all.
Good morning. Good morning. I welcome you all for the second day of this national webinar. Yesterday we had 4 very interesting presentation. Today also it's very interesting presentation from very eminent scientist and our own alumnus, Mr. Christopher. And I welcome you all for this second day of webinar. I hope we'll be having a take-home message for sustainable aquaculture and to increase the production by all means, that to support PMMSY in a great way. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Cheryl, you may proceed.
Now Dr. Tulsi will be introducing the speakers, and she will take over the session. Welcome you all once again. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I welcome you all to the second day of the national webinar. Let's commence the first session by the day of the day with Dr. V.R. Suresh, who is the principal scientist in CMFRI Cochin and has more than 2 decades of experience in open water fisheries management, river fisheries, and fish production enhancement of wetlands and reservoirs. I really request all of you to mute your audio, please. Dr. Kaladharan, can you please mute your audio?
Okay. Screen share. Okay. Screen share. This present now. Present. തുറന്നു വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതെ, പ്രസന്റ് പഠിക്കുമ്പോ അത് എല്ലാവരും
please mute speaker, sir.
Okay.
Dr. Kaladharan, sir.
Okay.
Dr. Kaladharan, sir, excuse me.
Excuse me, ma'am. Ma'am, you can mute, ma'am. If you are the host, you can mute your other participants, ma'am. You can mute other participants, ma'am. You have the host control.
Yes.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes. Thank you.
So Dr. N.V.Sujathkumar has experiences in conservation of river fisheries and fish production, enhancement of wetlands and reservoirs, pond, cage and pen-based fish culture systems, fish feeds and nutrition, besides imparting related training and HRD. He has published 80 research papers in national and international peer-reviewed journals and authored 10 books, besides a number of technical and popular articles, research and extension bulletins. So today he is with us and he will be delivering a talk on cage-based aquaculture status and future. Sir, now you can please take over the session.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dean FCR Tutukodi. Thank you for this chance, and also thank Chairman Organizing Committee, and the Secretary, and all other persons behind this webinar started from yesterday. I think I am audible to everyone. Let me share the presentation first.
You are audible, sir. You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Is it visible?
Yes, sir. Your screen is visible, sir.
Okay. So thank you once again, all of you. I'll try to speak on cage-based aquaculture status and future.
Sir, can you please open your PowerPoint, sir?
It's not seen. It's open.
No, sir.
Someone said it is visible.
Sir, actually your screen is visible, but your PowerPoint is not visible, sir. You can see your computer screen.
It's not there, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me close this and share the screen. Dr. Cheryl? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Shall we share it from here?
Yeah, there's an issue. It's not allowing my screen to share.
Okay, so we'll share from here. Thank you.
Okay.
Sure, we are trying to share your PowerPoint, so till that you can have the discussion, sir.
Okay. So, friends, we will be talking about cage-based aquaculture status and future. Today there is an issue. My browser is not allowing the screen to be shared. So sorry for that. I think the organizers are trying to share it from their end. So the outline of what I will be speaking today is, as you know, as an introductory 2 lines on what are cages and cage culture. And all of us know about it, but to give a starting, I gave, I'm trying to give 1 or 2 words about it. And why we need cage culture. And coming to the topic of today, the status, we're talking about the global and Indian status of cage culture. Then cage culture in inland waters and marine waters. I split into 2 separate sessions. Then what are the scope of cage culture, then advantages over other form of aquaculture as well as disadvantages. Then a possible development model for propagation or popularization of cage culture in India. And what are the major issues and challenges when we are looking at promoting cage culture. Then future of cage culture, and all of us as researchers, teachers and students, as well as aquaculturists, what are the research and development needs in the sector of cage farming, both inland as well as marine cage farming, and what are the need for institutional as well as policy support for cage culture. Dr. Cheryl. Okay. Can you go to the first slide? Okay, next. Okay, now let us see what is cage culture. Maybe some students will be there who are not very well versed with cage culture. I will be just speaking about 2 lines about it. Now, cages in general are enclosures of rectangular, circular, cylindrical or spherical shape. It can be of any shape, closed from all sides, and in certain cases the top is open and all the sides are made of porous materials to enable circulation of water, and it can get afloat on the surface, or it can be submerged, or it can be set on the bottom of the water bodies. And the philosophy behind cage culture is that a cage can hold fishes and shellfishes as captive stock in open waters, either for raising stocking materials. You can grow from fry to fingerling stage, nursery stages, or surely it's gone. Okay. And or you can use it for cultivating fishes and shellfishes up to table size, commercial size. And why we need cage culture? See, there is rapid increase in demand for fish all over the world as a highly affordable source of quality protein and for its good palatability, taste and flavor. And aquaculture now supplies half of the world's seafood and is helping reduce reliance on wild stocks while improving food security. Now, when we make a comparison of conventional pond aquaculture with cage culture, now conventional pond aquaculture at the most produce 0.5 on an average 0.5 kg per meter cube, and that comes around at the most 5,000 kg per hectare, while cage farming can produce not less than 35 kg per meter cube of water, and that comes around 70 times higher than pond production. So this is one of the significance of importance of cage culture when it comes to the quantity of fish that can be produced from each of these systems. And there is increasing or mounting pressure on land resources, very expensive, precious land resources, and it is not easily available for that to be converted into, for digging ponds or preparation of ponds for land-based pond aquaculture. And harvesting is a major problem from open waters. There is no guarantee that how much ever we invest for fishing, how much fish you will get at the end of the day. Absolutely, there is no guarantee. It is on sheer luck and chance. And cage systems can overcome many production related issues like feeding is easier, disease management is easier, monitoring is easier, and it is also climate proof, flood proof, and these are the ways we look at why cage aquaculture is important. Now come to the point of global status of cage culture. There isn't very reliable information that is available on the quantity of fish produced from cages from countries all over the world. And 62 countries normally provide data on cage aquaculture, and almost 25 countries directly report it as cage production, and there are certain major percentage of countries pool it into aquaculture, so that how much is coming from cage culture alone is not very clearly discernible, and it accounts for around 10% of freshwater finfish production, and about 80% of marine farm fish come from cage fish, specifically salmon, and huge livelihood and employment opportunities, as well as it provides opportunities for small industries, allied industries like plastics, drugs, aeration systems, and other small materials that is used in cage culture. Next one, please. Another major countries in the world, all of you know about it. I am not speaking seriously on that, but Norway, Chile, China, and Japan are the major countries in the world, very active in producing a sizable quantity of cage farmed fish. We're looking at that. I think a country like India has a good potential, at least in terms of producing cage farmed fish. Next one. Next one, please. And now come to what is the status of cage culture in India. It began somewhere in 1970s, and afterwards there wasn't much significant headway until perhaps the Central Inland Fisheries Research Institute and CMFRA has initiated cage culture in a big way during the year 2000. And now we will specifically look at what is the status of cage culture in inland waters. In fact, this Central Inland Fisheries Research Institute standardized raising fingerlings, Indian major carps like Katla, Rohu, and Bugal, and exotic carps like Cervena Scarpio, Chinophalicodon, Edella in floating low-cost cages with around 70% survival, somewhere in 2007, 2009, and simultaneously succeeded in raising fingerlings in cages for using it as stocking materials for stocking or ranching in reservoirs as well as wetlands. And SIFRI has also standardized galvanized iron-based and HDP-based cage enclosure systems, and some of these designs are even patented. And in India, inland-based cage culture has taken off in a very large way by the initiative of the Department of Fisheries and Government of Jharkhand during 2011. And these, as a backdrop, has been the driving force behind the formulation of the Government of India scheme on National Mission for Protein Supplement, NMPS, by Department of Animal Husbandry, Dairying and Fisheries, Government of India. And this has been implemented in 15 states, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Mizoram, Karnataka, Jharkhand, including to a great extent Tamil Nadu. And the initial funding support came from National Fisheries Development Board through NNBS, and these days it is also being funded by RKVY programs for cage culture. Next one. And now we have more than 600 floating cages being operated in the inland waters of India. And the production, depending on the species, ranges from 10 to 70 kilogram per meter cube per year. It's a good water productivity in terms of 70 kilograms per meter cube per year. And the major species in terms of the output that is coming from cages are Pangasenodon hypothalamus, gift tilapia, and to some extent Jayanti rohu, Umtius javanicus, N.V.Sujathkumar, Latus calcarifer, and Microbrachium rosenbergi. And looking at these prospects, we have a good number of entrepreneurs and industries that has come into cage culture, like this N.V.Sujathkumar Mumbai, N.V.Kumar Varanasi, Nilkamal. All these firms are the pioneers in India who started producing materials that is needed for cage farming in our country. And we have cages made of bamboo, very low cost cages, mild steel framed cages, and GI galvanized iron based cages, PVC based cages, and using HDP, high density polyethylene used materials for cage frames and flotation items for that. And the inland cage, for the new generation cages, the dimensions of a cage has been standardized as 6 meter into 4 meter by 4 meter. And if you look at the cost part of it, the mild steel cages of this size will cost somewhere around 40 to 50,000. And if you go for HDP cages or PVC cages, it will be little higher on the cost side, somewhere around 1,20,000 to 1,50,000. But if you look at the longevity of the cages of cages for 10 to 12 years, this is going to be more economical. Next one. Now the issue of candidate species for cage culture. The major issue in terms of species available in our country is very serious and very difficult to attend. We don't have much of indigenous inland species that are very good at production in terms of our in comparison to what some of these exotic species are giving. So right now the candidate species on a profitable scale, on a large viable scale, we have in our country are Pangasenodon type of thalamus, it's an exotic species, and Cyprinus carpio to some extent, and the Amur variety is very good in cage culture, but difficulty in getting sufficient number of seeds. And we have this genetically improved advanced rohu, then Fujitora on the upland areas. Again, there is issue of sufficient availability of seed. Then gift or monosex tilapia, and the smaller medium sized species like N.V.Sujathkumar and Ombok by Michaelitis. And we as researchers have to look at the ways and means to find new candidate species, as well as developing seed production technologies for these species, so that cage culture program can take off in a big way in our country. Next one. This is what I said, raising fingerlings, we bring seeds of spawn stage and stock in cages in open waters, then grow them up to 10 to 12 centimeter size and release into the open water so that they grow and that can be fished in culture-based fisheries. Next. Some snaps on the cage production of different species. Next. I had good videos on that, but no, my PPT is not presented from this end, so I'm sorry for that. Now, if you look at species-wise, state-wise production that is achieved from cage culture, you can see all these states here, and the reservoirs were they have started cage programs. These are the species involved, and if you look at in all these places, Pangasianodon hypothalamus, it yields very high production, somewhere around 35 to 70 kg per meter cube per year. And in private sector by Indipesca in Desai reservoir, again Pangasianodon hypothalamus, they produce around 6 to 7 ton per kg per year. If you look at the economic part of it, the cost-benefit ratio of fingerling production in cages is around 2.4 to 2.5, and for table fish it is around 1.5 to 2. So it is very economical when compared to other aspects of or other systems of aquaculture. Next one. If you look at the evolution of cage culture, some snapshots here started from very small cages like net-based or bamboo-based cages into small enclosures in open waters. Then it took off with bamboo or wood-based, log-based cage farming. Then we switched on to galvanized iron cages, kept afloat on empty PVC or tin drums that is recycled from industry. Then plywood-based cages fitted on iron basins and rods, and people can walk on that. So monitoring and managing feeding everything is easier. These are the cage clusters installed in reservoir. And we started slightly mechanization or automation of cages, like there are pulley systems fitted onto the cages so that the feed materials, the cats or the entire net enclosure can be lifted on pulleys very easily, reducing treachery for people those who are managing these cages. Look at this, the number of persons standing on these cage structures. There is also potential for bringing visitors and tourism through cage culture, and these are the level at which these days in inland waters the cages are installed. Large number of cages. If you go to reservoirs in Jharkhand, you will find 50-60 clusters of cages of 6 into 4 into 4 meter. And now we have HDP as well as PVC materials like runner type cages and pontoon type cage frames, and you can easily walk over it. 2 more layers here, you can drive a jeep onto that. Next one. And scoping inland waters. The main issue of inland waters in fish production is when we look at reservoirs and wetlands, they have very high potential to produce fish, but the actual production is very low because of several issues, environmental issues. There isn't any water stocking that is happening, and there isn't any inherent species that are suitable to be accommodated into that environment. So one of the aim of producing or increasing fish production from open waters is bridging the gap between the production potential and the actual production. And cage culture is one of the technologies that is being promoted and being popularized for that. And to that matter, India has more than 5 million hectare of floodplain wetlands, and we have more than 3.2 million hectare of reservoirs. If we can bring at least 0.1% of the area that is available in the form of open waters, a huge hike in inland fish production that is possible. And this also requires huge amount of around 3,000 million fingerlings for stocking culture-based fisheries of reservoirs and wetlands in inland waters. At least 50% of that can easily come from cage rearing. Looking at that and the possible consequences of maybe lack of management, the government of India has released guidelines for cage culture in inland open water bodies. This is available online, anybody can use that. Next one. And now come to marine cage culture. The Central Marine Fisheries Research Institute is mainly spearheading and going ahead with the promotion of marine cage culture in our country. And it, along with the development of cage culture in inland waters, the serious activities on cage research and cage development started by 2005 and launched in Bay of Bengal, Visakhapatnam during 2007. And it went through several design modifications and alterations, and finally 6 meter to 15 to 16 meter diameter cages has been standardized, mostly on galvanized iron as well as HDP materials using net enclosures. And the species we have Asian sea bass, cobia, pompano, orange spotted grouper, snapper, and chavilis, and mullets, pearl spot, and fish, as well as tilapia to some extent in brackish waters. Next one. And these are the species. The issue of species exactly same as what we have in inland cage farming. We have a good number of candidate species, but their seed production technologies have been standardized for few of them, but others are still in the pipeline. And in spite of that, we do not have the sufficient supply of quality seed at desired sizes wherever it is required. So we have to look at the seed production aspect of potential candidate species for marine cage farming too. Next one. Now for marine cages, we have a number of technology packages for cobia, for snappers, for sea bass, mullets, and lobsters, and pompano. The recent one is perhaps pompano. You can see here the sizes of the cages used, stocking density, stocking size, and the kind of production that can be achieved, and per unit area productivity, water productivity. Cobia can go up to 45 kilogram per meter cube per year, snappers around 28 kilogram, and sea bass around 35. It goes on. Next one. Next one, please. And some snapshots on the harvest of marine fish from cages. And on an average, 2 to 42 kg per meter cube, depending on the species, is the production level now currently we have. Next one. And initiatives of CMFRA, the number of cages installed by CMFRA and facilitating others by CMFRA. In Gujarat, Gujarat, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Kerala, Goa, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, West Bengal, and even Orissa. And it has a total benefit of around 18 crores, but that is only 0.6%, 0.67, almost 0.7% of the potential of marine cage farming that is available for us in the country. And the institute is also advancing in integration of cage with other activities like integrated multi-tropic aquaculture technologies, so that the unit area productivity and the entire economy of the cage operations can be multiplied. Next. The institute has also filed a good number of design patents on cages. And if you look at the scope in marine waters, we have more than 8,000 kilometers of coastline with numerous creeks and bays, protected bays. All these are potential areas. And if you are looking at offshore marine sea cage, we have almost 2 million kilometers square of economic exclusive economic zone available. So at least utilization of 1% of this area, the marine fish production can be huge. Next one. And advantages and disadvantages. If you look the number of advantages, it is far better than the disadvantages. I am not going to read one by one individually. If any of you want, you can request this PPT from the organizer. And definitely there is sizable measurable advantages of cage farming and compared to the disadvantages we have. Next. And a development model being promoted you need people to come forward for cage culture. So the initial investment, initial seed money is important, and that is lacking in many cases. When we look at even industries, small industries, or even self-help groups, or individuals, or even departments. So under this Prime Minister's Matsya Sampada Yojana, we can look at possibilities of allocation of a seed money for cage culture through National Fish Development Board and CMFRA and CIFRI and some fisheries-based universities can be the technology providing partners, and each of these Department of Fisheries in states can act as a facilitator, and public people organizations like individuals, self-help groups, cooperatives are the implementing parties, so that the participation of people as well as research institutions, development institutions and funding agencies are they can play together, and this funding can be at the most for first time activity, or maybe some percentage of it can be for the second year, and in every cage activity by second year the complete investment comes back, and then rest of the things comes as profit. Now, under the Mission Cage Culture 2022 by Department of Animal Husbandry, Dairying and Fisheries, now a separate Ministry of Fisheries has been carved out from that. 14 potential states have been identified, and the plan is to install around 25,000 cages by the end of 2022. This table gives the details of that. So, if the Department of Fisheries can initiate, bringing fund from these activities, it is easily possible these days. Next one. And the major issues and challenges, if you're looking at cage-based aquaculture. So the fish consumption in developing countries expected to increase by not less than 47% in the coming years by 2025. At the same time, the quantity requirement will increase by around 4% in developed countries. In contrary to that, developing countries will demand more quantity of fish because there is purchasing power is low in most of these countries. At the same time, there is issues of hunger, malnutrition, so that they will be looking at the quantity of fish that is available. At the same time, the rich countries will look at, they have other food sources, they will look at the quality fish that can be produced through aquaculture farming, and cage culture is one in that. So definitely there is potential for cage farming in the future, and there will be increased production in terms of quantity and quality, and the Indian scenario is not different from that. But there is a word of caution. If uncontrolled growth of cage farming, for that matter, even aquaculture are encouraged, there might be or there can be unforeseen environmental or social consequences. So we have to look at these aspects when we are promoting cage culture. For that matter, even land-based aquaculture. Crowding is the major issue in cage. You stock large number of fishes in small spaces. So there is increased risk of diseases, maybe new diseases within the fishes that is reared in cages, and that can also spread into wild fish stocks. Or if you are bringing fishes from one locality to another locality, along with that maybe new pathogens can also come into the new localities. And increased dependency on cage reared carnivorous fishes will automatically increase demand on feed in the form of fish meal, fish oil, and even trash fish. So there can also be a collateral biodiversity issue when we hugely promote cage farming, when it is based on carnivorous fish species. And there is also increased dependence on hatchery produced seeds. Definitely we have to depend on hatcheries for availability of seeds, and that is also coming with the issues of genetic contamination and maybe inadvertent formation of advent of hybrids in the open waters. And some of the cage culture systems are depending on wild collected seeds for stocking. So there is specifically in areas of Sundarbans, and for species if you are looking at for mullets, then seabass, I think huge quantity of seeds coming from natural sources. So there is again issues of damage to habitat, biodiversity issues, collateral damage to non-targeted species. And there is also an increased risk of caged fishes escaping into natural water. So if you are using an exotic fish like common carp in cages in open waters, due to natural calamities or maybe weaknesses of manufacturing weaknesses of these cage structures, some of them can escape into natural waters, and there can be issues related to that. So if these are the issues when we are promoting cage culture. If we have to find a way so that these issues can be minimized while we are promoting cages. Next one. And what is the future of cage culture? Now, when we, in single sentence, if you look at what is the future of cage culture, maybe integrated cages with hatchery, nursery, and grow out are linked to marketing channels. Currently, what we have is there are small individual cages, and your stock is ready for marketing, there is no demand in the market. So the growers end up with loss. This current COVID situation has also resulted into this kind of scenario. In many marine cages of CMFRA and many cages in inland systems, there were captive stocks in that. They were ready, but because of these pandemic situations, marketing was difficult, and growers had to sell it off at cutthroat prices, and many of them had to even freely distribute it. So to overcome that, we have to link sources of seed and nursery rearing, grow out into marketing. So these social scientists have to build a kind of a network of this. By the time your cage is ready for stocking, seed is available. And by the time it reaches marketable size, there is a demand from the market, it can be directly marketed. So without this kind of a linking, future of cage culture is going to be difficult. And cluster approach for cage culture. But instead of putting up small individual cages, maybe industries can come together, a number of partnership can come together, collaborations can come together, 10, 15, 20, 50 cages can be put together, so that management, monitoring, feeding, and the entire economy of these cages can be improved. So the cluster approach is another way of future of cage culture. Then identification of potential areas for putting up cages. Now we have these tools like geographic information systems for seeing the surface of Earth from the skies. And through this kind of monitoring systems, we can identify areas potential enough for cage culture that will not have any clashes or issues or competition with shipping, fishing, environment, or security of a country. From the surface cages, now we also have to look at submerged and bottom set cages. You can add or you can multiply the area available for cage culture in a substantial way. Then cage culture is a feed-based aquaculture. Without artificial feed, cage culture will not survive. So we also have to foresee low waste or zero waste artificial or even natural feeds with auto dispensing mechanisms, bringing automation into cage culture. And we also have to look at novel new materials for cage webbing, cage frames that are resistant for rough seas. Indian open seas have very rough environment specifically during monsoons. So we have to look at how we can install cages that are sturdy in this kind of rough situations. Then we also have to look at how these cages can be tied or moved. So now for future of cages are intelligent mooring systems that adjust itself according to the hydrodynamics of water. Self-rotating cages, self-cleansing cages, and also land-based or water-based brood banks and seed banks for production of sufficient seeds for stocking in cages. Next one. And if you look at the areas, potential areas where R&D involvement are there, in Norway you can see people are monitoring the cages that is set miles away in the offshore, sitting in the comfort of a station based on the land. So they have gone up to that level of remote feeding, remote monitoring, remote treating, and even remote harvesting and transport of fishes. Now we have to look at the monitoring of growth and counting of individual fishes in cages after stocking. You have to do it periodically or even regularly. And there are now people are working on electronic eyes or electronic camera based or vision based systems, so that you can keep a count of individual fishes. You can even measure the size of the cages electronically, and this data can be transmitted into shore-based laboratories or stations, automatic need-based feeders. Then we also have to research on new candidate species for cage farming, and I just spoke a while ago. It's good feeds that will not cause any environment or habitat impacts. And we also have to develop a rapid environment impact assessment mechanisms or protocols, so that wherever clearances of ministries of environment or government is required on environment impact, we have a ready protocol for that, and these reports can be submitted for getting approval, sanctions, and things like that. And design experiments, design developments on cages. Right now, we are mostly relying on rectangular, square, or even circular cages. We also have to look at new designs, so that the productivity can be improved, the stability can be improved, and evolving integrated systems, as I said earlier. Then monitoring and treating diseases, another opportunity for research and development. And improving safety, efficiency, and reduce environment as well as carbon footprint when we are embarking on a large-scale case business. We do not have sufficient information database available for working on that. So these are all areas for potential research inputs. If you look at institutional support and policy, though we have marine cage culture policy as well as cage culture policies in inland, most of these policies are not looking at the fishers, and in many cases the ordinary fishers or the owners of these waters naturally are getting marginalized. So the policies need to look at modification of some of the stanzas, so that interest of fishers are taken care of. And we also have to frame appropriate legislation in terms of violation of rules and regulations. Now, a lot of amendment is happening because of the cyber crimes and security issues are happening. Similarly, we may also have to foresee kind of different issues related to cage farming. And policies have to be enabling politically as well as on a regulatory basis. And we have to improve the funding agencies like National Fishery Development Board, NABARD, and sensitize them in giving easy loans and funding support to cage culture ventures. So these have to be integrated into our national aquaculture, marine or inland cage farming or fisheries policies. Next, perhaps we are ending. Thank you very much. Thank you for the time. I have good number of videos with me, so that at least youngsters can be, looking at that, get excited and coming into cage farming. Unfortunately, from my side, it did not work. Maybe next time. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir, for briefing about cage farming and its status in India, with special reference to inland and marine open waters and the initiatives that are being taken by CMFRI to promote cage farming. The research and development you have mentioned in this area will definitely help the students and researchers. Sir, we have a question for you.
Yes.
So Francis Sharmila have asked a question like cobia seals are bottleneck for marine cage farming. So is there any initiative that is available for sustainable cobia seed production?
See, now there is a huge demand for cobia seed production, but CMFRA is trying very hard. But we as a single institution cannot meet all the demand that is coming from different corners of the country. But we have the cage production technology that can be even transferred on an agreement basis so that individuals can take up, seed production of cobia and they can act as suppliers for cages. Right now, frankly speaking, the demand is very high, but we do not have sufficient supply of seeds. Not only the case of cobia, but other than major crops as or Matipangasian or hypophthalmus, almost all cases we have issues of availability of seed. Maybe some of you can act as entrepreneurs in case seed production of these fishes, but the technology is readily available. Contact CMFRA, we will be assisted in working in that direction.
Thank you, Dr. Suresh. Very elaborately presented, and everybody, I think all the participants from the different sectors are able to understand what you had to convey, and this is based on your experiences in CMFRA as well as your very good experience at CIFRI. And thank you so much.
Thanks for the time, and thanking organizers and also thanking the listeners and two of my own senior colleagues from CMFRA. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes. Yes, any questions? I think.
Sir, we have one more question from Mr. Karnan Periasamy. He has asked about the production cost for cobia.
See, I have not presented here species-wise, economics. It is available. You can contact us straight away. We can give you that. Because there has been a number of species. Now, I did not put the individual species-wise economics of production. That is available. You can contact us any time.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
As our second speaker, we have Dr. P. Kaladharan with us. He is a principal scientist and head of division in Fisheries and Environment and Management Division, ICAR CMFRA Cochin. He has worked on the diversity and conservation of marine floral bioresources such as mangroves, seagrasses, seaweeds, and phytoplankton. He is currently working on impacts of climate change, carbon sequestration, and marine plastic litter and their impacts. He has contributed over 190 publications. With his knowledge on seaweeds, today he will be discussing about the potential and future of seaweed farming. Dr. Kaladharan, now you can take over the session, please.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Distinguished. Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible. We are about to present your PowerPoint from here, sir.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, invited speakers, my dear friends, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I will be presenting on the current scenario of seaweed farming in India and what is the need for large scale agriculture of seaweeds in India, and what are the value added products we can produce from seaweeds, and actually the aquapreneurship, the role of seaweed farming in improving the aquapreneurship is very essential, as our Prime Minister rightly pointed out that farmers should double their income. So seaweed farming has been considered as a green technology, and it is a spare time avocation to double the income of fisher folks, especially from Tamil Nadu coast. It has been proved doubtlessly that it has improved the socio-economic status of fisher folks, especially women folks. So let us hear from my presentation on potential and future of seaweed mariculture in India. Next slide. Yeah, I will, in my course of my talk, I will be defining the seaweed and different type of seaweeds resources available in India. Then the different techniques of seaweed farming and economics of seaweed farming. And I will, and its a role in large scale seaweed farming, like carbon sequestration due to seaweed resources. As you all know that seaweeds are macroscopic macroscopic seaweed forms of algae, marine algae, and under this we included only 3 classes: chlorophyceae, pheophyceae, and rhodophyceae. Based upon the presence of pigments, we can classify this. When you talk morphology of seaweeds, they can adapt the morphology differs from filamentous to complex thallus-bearing reproductive structures, fruiting bodies, and they are unicellular to colonial complex tissues. Some of the seaweeds are free-floating, but most of them are attached to the hard substratum or any floating objects with the help of holdfast. These are autotrophic because they are pigmented and different colors, different pigments are there. Other than chlorophyll pigments, this has got xanthophylls and a lot of carotenoids, zeaxanthin. So many pigments are there. So they are valued for pigments also. They are autotrophic to heterotrophic in nature. They are symbiotic as well as a few are parasitic, and based on their preference to live colonize in temperature preference, they are temperate and some are tropical. The seaweeds are based on salinity requirement. They are euryhaline and a few species are stenohaline. They and I actually told that they occur in brackish to marine water, and based on their light preference, they are known as heliophyte and xyophyte. Here I want to add one more term, that phyconomy. Phyconomy, that is just like similar to agronomy. Cultivation of seaweeds in sea can be known as, termed as phyconomy. And let us see in detail. Next slide, please. Yeah, this slide explains about the number of seaweed resources, that is number of seaweed species available in India. This has been compiled by scientists from CSMCRI Bhavanagar. There is an exclusively center in Tamil Nadu on Marine Algal Research Center, MARS, which is located very close to our Mandapam Regional Center. And we have got 896 species from 250 species, spanning the 4 classes: xanthophyceae, chlorophyceae, pheophyceae, and rhodophyceae. Maximum majority of the species are from green, brown, and red seaweeds. Next slide, please. And now I will introduce, I will explain the different species, different resources. This is a Sargassum whitey, or in Tamil, it is called Kanji. It is called Korepasi. It's a agar yielding, algin yielding seaweed. Grass, Sargassum whitey. Next slide, please. This is a Kattakorepasi or Pakodapasi. This is called Pakodapasi. This is called Turbinaria ornata. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide, please. This is a green seaweed. It's a sea vegetable. It's eaten as a salad. It's Alba reticulata. Another, next slide, please. This is Alba fasciata. Next slide, please. This is Alba lactuca. It's also, see the broad thallus. This seaweeds doesn't require any fertilizer or any pesticide. So that's why it is called, it is known as a green technology and eco-friendly technology. And this is a filamentous algae, Enteromorpha intestinalis. This is also very good green algae. It's used for nutraceutical purposes as well as for paper industry also. Next slide. You can see the Caulerpa peltata. It's a semi-globose form of green seaweed, mainly used or consumed as seaweed salad. Next slide, please. This is a filamentous algae. It's a Gracilaria obchis limaniformis. It's better adapted for brackish water, and it's a very good species for water quality improvement. Or for next slide, please. This is a red seaweed, Gratilupia lithophylla. This contains carrageenan. Next slide. This is a brown algae, Stoichiosporum marginatum. It's also algae yielding species. Next slide, please. This is a Gracilaria corticata. It's a very common. It's a agarophyte, but the yield of agar is very little. So, but it is a cosmopolitan. It occurs everywhere along the coastal area. Next slide. This is a Kappa ficus. It's harvested from raft culture. This is a Kappa ficus alvarezi, and it's introduced in 1995 from Philippines. But it has been widely accepted by seaweed farmers, and it's a very sought after resource for extracting Kappa carrageenan. And it's a because of the introduction of this seaweed only. Now we have got a prominent place in the production of carrageenan as well as carrageenophytes. Next slide, please. This is a species of porphyra. This is a nori. It's an edible seaweed which we got it drifted from Nindagara area, and it is this was collected from a brackish water area where near Dalavapuram, near Koilon. Next slide, please. This is the colony of seaweed, actually a seaweed ecosystem. You can see alva, you can see sargassum, Gracilaria corticata, Centrocerus, and you can see brown mussel, Perna indica. This is taken from Mullur near Vidinyam. So this seaweed bed is actually it is a very excellent place or excellent collection center for molluscan resources, especially brown and green mussels. Next slide, please. And now this slide, I want to show the total quantity of harvestable resources, biomass, that can be harvested from our Indian coastline. Actually, it is 2,60,876 tons wet weight. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, these are the common seaweeds which are exploited for phycocolloid production. Phycocolloid means seaweed colloids or colloidal polysaccharides obtained from seaweeds, phycocolloids. Gelidial acerosa is the top seaweed in terms of money and its revenue, and Gracilaria edulis is the next prominent seaweed for agar. Gracilaria folifera, Gracilaria crassa, Gracilaria verusa, and Gracilaria salicornia. These are the seaweeds harvested from natural beds for agar industry. And Hypnea, there are two species, Hypnea valenciae and Hypnea pasiformis for carrageenan, but it's not. There is no actually there is no carrageenan planned for extracting carrageenan from Hypnea species. The sargassum and turbinaria are the brown seaweeds which are mainly harvested for algin or sodium alginate industries. Next slide, please. Yeah, see, this is the picture of seaweed exploitation from remote islands situated along the Mandapam Rameshwaram coast. Actually, it is an organized sector, and a lot of women folks are involved in this. Actually, this is from, though it is from marine protected area, but seaweed exploitation is partly allowed, and there in Parkway also this seaweed exploitation is going on. Next slide, please. And this is the another picture showing that it's a women folks are more participating more in numbers than outnumbering men, and once it is collected, that is brought to the shore in canoes, and it is dried in coastal beaches. And next slide, please. Yeah, now this slide shows. Okay. This slide shows the trend of seaweed exploited or landed in different landing centers or different beaches along the Tamil Nadu coast. Actually, that during 2090s or early 90s, we had a very good landing. Afterwards, it is showing decline because of over exploitation and repeated harvest from same areas. In the years, in the succeeding years, we get a reduction in the availability of these seaweed resources. Here lies the importance of our seaweed farming. Next slide, please. And this is this chart shows that in quantity of different species like Sargassum whitey, Turbinaria, Gracilaria, Geladiella azarosa, and Gracilaria salicornia, and up to from 2014 to 2019. Next slide, please. Yeah. Here, the seaweed exploitation, this is to show that I want to substantiate what I have told. These are the Parkway 27 villages from which nearly 230 men are there, while women folks are 510, and Gulf of Mannar from 19 villages, 312 men and 1,340. As total, it's 1,850 people are involved in seaweed exploitation alone, not on seaweed farming. I will come to the details later. Next slide, please. This see the cost of seaweed per ton. So, Gracilaria edulis is 40,000. Sargassum for agar industry, algin industry, it is 20,000 from per dry weight of a ton dry weight. And Geladiella, you see the rice, which is a huge demand is there for Geladiella azarosa. That is called Marukudundupasi in Tamil. They call it as Marukudundupasi. It is very, because its price is around 80,000 per ton because of its very good quality agar. Its gel strength is more than 700 grams per centimeter square. It gives a very good bacteriological and industrial grade agar, where Gracilaria can give only a food grade agar, whose gel strength is around 150 or so. And Capaficus is a new introduction, and its cost is now, that is earlier it was around 22,000 rupees. Now it is 40,000 per dry weight, ton of dry weight. Next slide, please. This is the phycocolloid industry in India. You can see that number of quantity of seaweeds around 1,100 dry ton is exploited, and from which they extract 132 tons of dry agar, and the world share is around 1.1. However, the algin is 5,400 tons. We get 540 tons, and its share of our production is 2.4%. And carrageenan, because of the resource available is 80,000, but we have been utilizing Capaficus only. That is shown as a red font. It is 1,500 tons, and from which we get approximately 500 tons of semi-refined carrageenan, and which has increased our share in the world market of nearly 4% production of carrageenan in India, from India. Next slide. Yeah, I would like to show the different nutraceuticals produced from seaweeds. This is the products developed from CMFRI, starting from anti-inflammatory, then to reduce high blood pressure, then for anti-diabetic, so many for reducing cholesterol content in blood cholesterol. And recently, next slide. Recently, we have produced. Next slide, please. We have these are the activities of the different products. Next slide. Yeah, recent introduction is to boost the immunity of our aiming at a post-COVID scenario. This product has been launched by CMFRA, and expression of interest has been invited to obtain license. My slide is, hello.
So we are checking on that, sir, please.
Okay. Why I want to show this is from many angles, we have been seaweed from natural bed has been exploited in a huge quantity. So, uncontrolled exploitation is there for different purposes. One is for phycocolloids or polysaccharides from seaweeds. Then nutraceuticals. Another area is for agriculture purposes. That is for manure preparation. That I will come one by one. That's why there is an urgent need to propagate, familiarize or popularize seaweed farming in India. Hello. Shall I continue? Hello? 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 Yeah. Hello?
Sir, you can resume the presentation, sir.
Okay, okay. Now I will talk about seaweeds.
Sorry for the inconvenience.
No problem. Role of seaweeds in agriculture. In agriculture, seaweed has been used as an organic fertilizer in two forms, either as a liquid fertilizer, that is the extract or the sap which is obtained from fresh seaweed, or it is used as a mulch, that is for basal application. The former one is liquid seaweed fertilizer, or the seaweed extract is used for applied on aerially, that's for the aerial spray, that's for the thallus and the vegetative parts, whereas the mulch is applied for basal application or for the root zone. The mulch is nothing but a dry biomass of dry and pulverized biomass of seaweed as mulching to apply on the bases. Actually, this another product is from the agar industry. We can get the agar factory discharge after the, because for agar extraction, the available method or available industrial process allows to extract only 10 to 15% of agar only. 10% is the yield. Rest of the cellulose or other fiber goes as a waste. This discharge material after agar extraction can be used as a organic manure by drying, powdering, and marketing. And this can be also applied for many agricultural and horticulture crops. So the fertilizer is used as a leaf foliar spray, and this contains a lot of minerals and growth hormones. So it improves growth early, it induces early flowering, and it increases the fruit setting percentage. This seaweed extract is also used for seed technology, that is seed priming, seed soaking, and to break the dormancy of seed. And it increases seedling vigor and germination percentage also. The seaweed is these seaweed are known to contain auxins, that is growth hormones, indole acetic acid, gibberellic acid, cytokinin, zeatin, and brassinosteroids, choline, and glycine. And besides many minerals like NPK and trace elements. So definitely we can call it as biofertilizer or organic fertilizer, and it is widely used in more than 20-25 crops all over India. Next slide, please. And CM4A, from CM4A, we have taken evaluated the seaweed manure in many farmers' field through the help of our Krishi Vigyan Kendra. Next slide, please. And in agriculture, diluted extracts, that is diluted, we have to be careful with the strength of the solution. Higher concentration will give negative results. Diluted up to 2 to 3% maximum of extracts can be applied to promote seed germination, plant growth, and to prevent some extent pests and diseases. And seaweed mulch or extracts contain NPK, trace elements like Zn, zinc, manganese, magnesium, iron, molybdenum, boron, etc. in appreciable quantities. Application of liquid fertilizer increased yield in brinjal by 27%, 26% in rice, paddy, and 41% up to 41% in rice, and 39% in green gram, and 57% in soybean, 61% in tomato, and 20% in okra, that's ladies' fingers. There are quite a few number of firms who are very much active in producing seaweed fertilizer. One is Aquagri Processing Private Limited. Then another one is SNAP near Ranipet. There are Energy 6. Now recently one IFCO, Indian Farmers Fertilizer Cooperative Limited, is also marketing seaweed fertilizer. Next slide, please. Yeah, here is a result to show that value addition of mulch. Mulch itself is a very good fertilizer when we compare a garden soil or any other NPK application. But if we add value to this mulch, seaweed mulch, especially sargassum biomass, it can improve the yield or number of fruits in brinjal. This has been proved in CMFR itself, in campus itself. And value addition in the sense that is adding the seaweed powder, pulverized seaweed powder with a cocktail of bacillus bacteria. So it will help in degrading the cellulose, and it will increase the organic carbon content in the soil also. Next slide, please. Another role of seaweed is carbon sequestration, and you can see, next slide, please. That carbon sequestration is carbon capture and storing, which is this carbon capture is aimed to reduce the CO2 levels in atmosphere with reducing the carbon atmospheric carbon dioxide content, which is obtained by utilization of this carbon dioxide by seaweeds. In biosequestration means biological sequestration, and that is by terrestrial plants. And geosequestration means it's storage in deep underground structures or underground parts, like even some special structures are employed to bury the carbon dioxide deep under the soil. Another ocean sequestration includes by biological materials growing on the sea or coastal area, like seaweeds, mangroves, and the sea grasses. Sea grasses are flowering plants, just like they are not seaweeds, but they are angiosperms only. But it's very common in Tuticorin, very common in the Park Bay and the Gulf of Mannar, and you can see in that ERCOD, that is Pulicat Lake, then that somewhere near Orissa, the Chilka Lake. Next slide, please. Yeah, that's the percentage of carbon that carbon store by seagrass is nearly 133 tons carbon per kilometer square in a year, whereas mangroves is 60 tons carbon per kilometer square per year, and the seaweeds, the percentage is only 14.8. So see the importance of seagrasses, but since seagrasses are limited in the ecosystem is limited, while seaweed is distributed along the entire coastal area as well as in deep waters also. Though it is 14.8% because of the geographical distribution, its role in carbon capture and storage is very high. Next slide, please. That if we could not control, if we allow the, if we could not sequester carbon dioxide, it will lead to ocean acidification. With this, ocean, you all know that impacts of ocean acidification. It can decalcification. It will impair the corals and other shell animals, shellfish resources. Like their exoskeleton will become soft and their it will dissolve. And another is changes the morphology and composition of skeletons of newly recruited corals. Then finally, shell dissolution is also observed in different marine resources like paper shells and bivalve shells. Next slide, please. We did an experiment in CMOFRA to find out the shell weight, shell dissolution in 5 shells. That is Siliqua, Perna, Metanula, then another one shell with echinodon that spines, and in which we found that with the seaweeds, the shell weight reduction, the shell weight or dissolution rate of bivalve shell is suppressed by the live seaweeds. When we incubate in seaweeds and shells in containing different levels of carbon dioxide dissolved in this, it can prevent the dissolution tremendously. And you can see that, and it can be we can quantify the weight gained by weight gained or weight dissolution, the quantity of shell or weight of shell which was prevented by dissolution was prevented due to the live seaweeds. Next slide, please. Yes.
Okay.
I am unable to view my slides. That's why. Yeah, in this slide, talking to the climate change impact mitigation. You can see that Sunetta is there. You can see that Siliqua is responding very positively, and its shell dissolution was prevented by Etomorpha. That's a green seaweed tremendously, and it's more than 8 grams. It can be prevented. 8 grams can be saved by dissolving. And we have used echinometra. Yeah, it's a spine. It's a sea urchin. Next slide. Next slide is carbon capture through seaweed mariculture in the global scenario is average carbon content of seaweed dry weight is around 24.8%. And with this, if 1 ton wet weight of seaweed can be sequestered, it can sequester nearly 0.09084 ton of CO2 per year. And similarly, CO2 capture potential of global seaweed through aquaculture is only, it is calculated as 2.478 million tons of carbon dioxide per year. Next slide. When we come to the scenario in India, Kappa ficus production, that is strictly I'm talking about the seaweed mariculture. The Kappa ficus production in India was around, is the average on for 17 years is 4,958 tons wet weight, and the carbon capture by farmed seaweed, that is same Kappa ficus alvarezi along the southeast coast was of India is 450 tons carbon dioxide per year. from the Indian standing crop, actually I have told that 2,68,000 tons wet weight of seaweeds are available. And if we multiply this standing crop quantity, and we can get this picture: 23,698 tons of carbon dioxide can be sequestered every year by the seaweed resources available in India. Next slide, please. The demand, why we need to take up seaweed farming is because of the high demand, ever-growing demand of seaweed is there. That is agar, algin, carrageenan industry. That is for phytocolloid industry. Then for manure, that is for seaweed in agriculture. Then for extracting bioactive substances or drugs. Then for functional food also, seaweed has been exploited. Recently, seaweed has been exploited for biofuel production. Though it is in a research scale, or even in the in due course, seaweed will be again exploited in large quantity for this purpose. If I see the threats, you can see that grazing is a major problem. Grazing by herbivorous fishes or sea urchins, sea cucumbers. So many herbivorous animals are there. And another thing is uncontrolled exploitation. Then habitat destruction due to urbanization and coastline changes. Then another problem is threat is coastal pollution. Due to this high demand and growing threats, there is an urgent need to take up seaweed farming in India. Next slide, please. Are you viewing the slide, mariculture of seaweeds?
Yes, sir, we were able to see, sir.
Yeah, mariculture of seaweeds. Because I am using my presentation slide only. Because
okay, sir, it's visible, sir. You can go
okay,
ahead.
thank you. This is the world. If you see the world scenario, seaweed production in 2016, as estimated by FAO, and which was brought out in 2018, shows that 30.1 million tons wet weight of seaweeds have been cultivated. Production in 2016, with the first sale value estimated at $11.7 billion US dollars. Seaweed production through mariculture is expected an increase to 35 million tons by the year 2025. And this shows the different percentages or the weightage of share of aquaculture or mariculture production of seaweeds. Laminaria occupies 29%, and equimoids, that is containing the equimoids means equimatoids or equimoids that contains equima, denticulatum, then Capaphycus. These are the two major resources. If 3 or 4 species of equimoids are there, in together it occupies 39%. And Gracilaria species, there are 4 or 5 species of Gracilaria are cultivated, and it occupies 14%. Porphyra 7%, that is for no reproduction, and Undaria is in another species 9%. Sargassum species only 1%, because there is no dearth of sargassum and Tarvinia. That's why the cultivation is very less, and other species are 1%. And it is interesting to note that seaweed farming is encouraged in developing countries, as it provides employment for poor fishermen or poor fisher folks in growing the seaweed, as well as in processing industries. That is already substantiated by the number of women folks participating in or involved in seaweed farming. Next slide. In India, CM4I, although started in 1964, we started the cultivation of seaweeds with the Gracilaria edulis and Gennalia lacerosa, and subsequently the research institutes like CSMCRI and CM4I standardized the culture techniques using different methods, especially vegetative method and reproductive methods. The large-scale sea farming of sea Capaphycus alvarezi, which is yielding Kappa carrageenan, was started in 2000 with the backup by PepsiCo India Holdings Limited in coastal waters of Tamil Nadu. This first it was started in coast of Orissa near Porbandar, but then because they introduced it to Mandapam, Rameshwaram coast, because of its center, regional center was located in CSM-CRI. We had a center in Mars Marine Algal Research Center in Mandapam. With the help, they did a lot of field trial in. Then finally it shifted to Odisha and for this dominant DU coast. Now it has gone to West Coast also. We had a number of trials and experimental farms in Kerala coast and Karnataka coast also. Kappa ficus farming is done in now, very prominent in 5 coastal districts of Tamil Nadu. And at present, nearly 27,000 rafts are being used for farming seaweed farm, this species. 27,000 rafts can produce nearly 6,750 tons of seaweeds in a 45 days culture, because the growth period is very less, because it's a vegetative structure. It is supposed to give 3 to 4 fold increase of the parent material introduced. So the since the growth cycle is only 45 days, harvest can be completed by 45 to 50 days. We can have 4 crops minimum in a year. So if you do, if we can get 250 kilogram from a raft. The raft is a rectangular structure of 4 into 3 meter size rafts. We can get around 250 kg from a raft within 45 days or at once in 45 days. And if we have 4 crops per year, we can harvest nearly 27,000 tons if the conditions are conducive. That is, water should be stable and it should be free from any natural calamities. We have identified suitable sites for mariculture of seaweeds. All the seaweed cultivation is possible along the shelf regions, continental shelf regions of Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Gujarat, and some parts of Kerala and Karnataka, and Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Now, recently, we have a center, Krishi Vigyan Kendra, established in Lakshadweep near Kavaratti, and almost in 7 islands we have conducting training programs and popularizing the seaweed farming to the Lakshadweep people in 7 islands. Next slide, please. I am talking about the important factors for seaweed farming. That slide. Since it is a tropical area and our seaweed resources, they require nearly 27 to 30 degrees Celsius only. The water SST should not increase more than 30. Beyond 30 degrees Celsius, the growth will be very minimum and growth will be stunted. And salinity also should not go down 25 to 35 ppt. Then that's why during monsoon, the surface water will be hypersaline. So at that time, we have to avoid seaweed farming in groves. Farms should be shifted to some deep waters, or the seed resources should be protected with a normal saline condition. Otherwise, we have to lose the seed materials also. That light intensity, or because is required, is 100 to 125 micromole photons per meter square per second. That's why we cannot go below 50 centimeters in coastal region. If we cannot go to this, it should be maintained in the surface only. Otherwise, these seaweeds won't get sufficient sunlight to do photosynthesis and for growth. And that's why we have to ensure, we have to select an area which has got a very good clear clarity in water, and water transparency should be very high. Then to avoid siltation, we should select seaweed farming in sandy bottom. And silty conditions are unfavorable because it will increase the turbidity. And the exchange of water should be ensured always. In a stagnant water, in a stagnant bay, seaweed farming is not favorable, because the exchange of water allows exchange of nutrients, dissolved nutrients from. That's why we should have a very good exchange of seawater. And a flow should be maintained. Next slide, please. I'm talking about the culture method. There are different culture methods are there. Vegetative propagation, that is called the thallus culture. Since these seaweeds are totipotent, that is a single cell itself can differentiate into a mature thallus. So that's why this is a very simple method. In vegetative propagation, most of the seaweed farming is done by vegetative propagation only. That is nearly vegetative thallus segment or a thallus bit of thallus of 5 centimeter is preferred. Up to 5 centimeter small bits of thallus can be inserted into some hardy substrate. It can be a coir rope, or it can be any bamboo splits or sandwiching bamboo splits, or even it can be attached to long ropes, and it can be suspended from a main culture ropes. These due to these all the seaweeds like Gracilaria, Gerardiella, Hypnea, Enteromorpha, Alva, Capaficus alvarezi, these are all cultivated using this thallus culture only. And nearly 10 to 25% of the biomass we harvested should be utilized for the next subsequent farming. So there is actually we cannot utilize the entire yield, because for the subsequent farming we have to keep this 10 to 25% as a seed stock. Capaficus has been cultivation of Capaficus in India is going on it has gained a very good momentum, and the major substrata is rafts. That is 4 into 3 rafts made of bamboo or casuarina poles. Since it is wooden structures, they are capable of floating in the water, and from this around 20 ropes are tied in at a 10 centimeter distance. 20 ropes in a raft is attached. Another method is net sleeves or a net tube. They call it as net tube. Actually, it is a sleeve, just like sleeves, perforated nets made into sleeves, and in which they introduce the seed material. So, and then it is introduced into the growth region. Next slide, please. This is the picture to show that a typical raft, bamboo raft, which is seeded and about to be shifted to growth area. Next slide, please. This see the calm water in Thonithurai near Mandapam area. You can see that it's a hub of seaweed, Capaficus hub. The entire area is now with the Parkway side is filled with these rafts of Capaficus, and these are the rafts which are waiting for seeding operations. So you can see that this net net prevents the entry of herbivorous fish, and this is how they prevent the grazing in of this Capaficus, because this herbivorous fish likes very much this seaweed biomass. They cropping. They like, just like turtles and dugongs crop sea grasses. They like seaweeds. Growing tips will be nibbled, and so that it will reduce the biomass, and ultimately it reduces the yield. Next slide, please. Yeah, this shows the different operation. Actually, the success behind seaweed farming in Tamil Nadu is by forming self-help groups of coastal fisher folks. See the enthusiastic women folks participating in the discussions and training. And after this successful model was copied in Gujarat also by some CRI. This was from Porbandar and along the coastal up to Dwaraga. People are coastal self-help groups formed by women folks in Gujarat also are actively participating in seaweed farming, especially this Capaficus alvarezi. This is the seeding process, that is tying the fragment that is with in a 12 feet rope. 20 like that 20 ropes will be tied at actually 10 to 15 centimeter spacing is sufficient. See the seeded rope ready for shifting, and see the planting material. that is after growth rate was around 2.5 to 3%. This and see the ready to harvest. This wrapped with a fully ripe or ready to harvest material. And see that this is a long line or long rope method. You can see the harvest. See the picture which is showing the ready to harvest wrapped, which has been dragged from the growth area to the coast, which will be attended by people, and which will be dried, and after leaving some root or the bottom area for the subsequent cropping. See the sorting and another method is just like the vegetative method. There is another method using reproductive method. That is called using spores. The spores will be allowed to shed by inducing temperature shock, so that the carposporangium from the tetrasporangium or carposporangium will shed the carpospores. These spores will be allowed to germinate in some fibrous materials or bristles of ropes or coir ropes or nylon ropes, in which these spores will attach and they will germinate. And once it reaches a sizable size, it will be transferred to the growth area, and that is after achieving reaching nearly 10 millimeter size. It can be shifted to a growth area after fastening to growth that is long coir ropes or plastic ropes. And you can see the sporangium and the spore germinating on a coir ropes. You can see that it requires some bristle-like structures for adhering to the next slide, that is attaching to the rope surface, and it is growing so that here the method is advantage of this method is that we can use the entire thallus material. Entire vegetative structure can be utilized for subsequent cropping. And see the another method is there, which is known as protoplast culture. That is each cell or each protoplast or each cell which is macerated from the thallus can be induced to become a mature plant. That is a adult thallus by either isolating the protoplast. Advantage of protoplast isolation is that we can induce somatic hybridization. That is for making some somatic hybrids also we can make by aiming with the aim to produce a fast growing or high yielding or high gel strength containing or high colloid containing material can be hybridized using this somatic hybridization by allowing the protoplast to fuse, because protoplast means a naked protoplast, a cytoplasm with the nucleus, so that cell wall will not be there, so they will naturally have the tendency to fuse together. That's why if we can interspecific hybridization also, we can induce somatically. For that, we have to isolate. For isolation of protoplast, we need an enzyme cocktail of cellulase, mesozyme, and pectinase, and agarase. If you are using agar, we have to use agarase. If you are using algin yielding plant, alginophyte, we have to use alginase to separate or produce protoplast, and which will be filtered or centrifuged and filtered, and it will be allowed to either grow to become a adult thallus. Each protoplast can become differentiate into adult thallus, or it can be allowed to fuse for if you are aiming at hybridization. Next slide. And everywhere there will be a problem. Even in seaweed farming, problems are encountered. Main problem I have told is grazing. Herbivore is not only in India, everywhere throughout the tropics, this grazing problem is there. And this because of the intervention of PepsiCo for Carpophycus farming, we could prevent this grazing to some extent by the introduction of mesh, a small mesh net with a small webbing to prevent the access between the culture substratum and the herbivorous fish. Another problem is epiphytes. This requires constant husbandry. Seaweed farm should be seaweed rafts should be frequently cleaned of epiphytes. Otherwise, if we have a don't have a proper management program, this will have the cultivated material will have be smothered by epiphytes like other filamentous algae, unwanted algae, which will drastically affect the growth and the yield of our farmed material. Another problem, that's why we have to control epiphytes manually or by some mechanical means, by splashing water or jetting seawater to drive away the epiphytes attached on the thallus. And another problem is mooring of rafts. This is a great problem, but now because of the success we CMFR achieved in mooring in floating cages, now mooring is very easy, and gabion boxes are used to attach 4 or 5 culture rafts together, and now in this mooring raft mooring is also overcome. Problem is overcome. And another problem is since we are using wooden structures as a raft periphery, bamboos and casuarina poles will be attacked by boring bivalves or barnacles, so which will reduce the mechanical strength, so it may break. So after 3 or 4 years, so we have to prevent the attack of boring bivalves or barnacles. And there is a lack of policy is also there. So there is no area has been earmarked for seaweed farming. So it will always have a conflict. Artisanal fishermen will have a problem with seaweed farmers, because it will interfere with the sharing of fishing activity will be disturbed because of seaweed farming rafts, because rafts will remain there permanently, so that their navigation or operation of artisanal gears will be affected. So there is a conflict is there. So for a successful farming, we should have a clear-cut policy or earmarked area for seaweed farming. Next slide, please. So problem in quantitatively, I am what I have told, the grazing is 80% and epiphyte 34%, and this high temperature or the change in the surface temperature or disease problem is 78%, and cyclone or natural weather vagaries of sea and calamities, natural calamities account for 76%. And we have identified the promising species for mariculture in India. That is intertidal areas, we can go with very well with Geldia lacerosa and Gracilaria edulis. These both are for agar industry, and for deep waters we can go for Cappapecus alvarezi on the periphery of the floating cages. And brackish waters, these are the 2 species, Gracilaria limaniopsis and Gracilaria tenuspitata. These are the 2 species ideal for brackish water. Next slide. See the Cappapecus alvarezi, that is the carrageenophyte production in along the Tamil Nadu coast up to 2019. You can see that started with because number of rafts were less, and it reached a peak in 2013, 1,500 tons dry weight, and which is now it has come to in 2014 it has reached up to even very low 50 tons dry weight. Now it is slowly increasing. The previous year, last year, the production figure was around 360 tons dry weight. Next slide. I am going for a next slide, and see the number of rafts or culture units being adopted in Cappapecus cultivation in Tamil Nadu. See the 5 districts. Ramanathapuram, you can see that in 2015 is 15,000. Now it is 2,000. And Pudukkottai and Thanjavur, it is now 3,750. And Tuticorin and Kanyakumari, it is 500 rafts. And in total now, when it was 27,000 in 2013, now it is the number of rafts being operated in sea is 6,250. Next slide. So now we have found out a new method under NICRO project, climate resilience resilient program, is integrating seaweed farming with cage farming. So which is beneficial to both cobia as well as seaweed. The production has increased because of the stability and the water quality, etc. This is it's growing side by side together, seaweed rafts and floating cages, and this is followed in Tuticorin also, Tuticorin and entire Park Bay area, and even near Rameshwaram, we can see that one can see this integrated farms under IMTA in multi-trophic integration of seaweed and finfish in cages. Next slide. And see the economics or comparison of the cost and returns of seaweed cultivation with IMTA and without IMTA. See the net profit margin is without IMTA is 31, whereas with IMTA integrated farming is 69%. See the gain. Dried seaweed production is 704 kg, and revenue is additional. We get through IMTA we get 28,160 kg additionally, and the net profit is also 28,160 in rupees. Next slide. That economics of aquaculture, that is without IMTA, this is the general trend now. The net gain is net profit is around 5,000 per raft per year. Each raft is a number of, from single raft we get a net profit of 5,000 raft per year, and number of rafts a person or a family can handle is 45 rafts. In a self-help group, a family or a person can handle nearly 45, and you can see, imagine the net profit of seaweed Kappa ficus farming, especially Kappa ficus alvarezi farming. You can see the net profit is 5,000 rupees per raft per year, and one person or one unit, one self-help group, one family can handle 45 rafts. Next slide. That there is a wide criticism of Kappa ficus farming. There is a two environmentalists are not favoring introduction of a Kappa ficus, but socio-economic importance, socio-economic change which was attributed by coastal fishers who adopted Kappa ficus farming in sea, which shows that this Kappa ficus farming should be encouraged. Simultaneously, we should have take up farming of agarophytes, especially Gelidiella acrosa. There is acute shortage of agarophytes or agar, because everywhere throughout the globe there is a acute shortage of Gelidiella acrosa and agar, Gracilaria edulis or Gracilaria agar is felt very keenly. So as a result, our biomedical research will be under geoparadise because of the acute shortage of agar. So when we promote Kappa ficus farming for improving livelihood, we should also promote seaweed farming, especially species like agarophytes like Gelidiella acrosa and Gracilaria or Gracilaria dura, such species. And there is an objection because it was considered as an invasive species. This Kappa ficus can colonize, invade coral areas, coral bed, but the experiment or our experience along the coastal area, entire maritime states of India, we have never seen a invasion of Kappa ficus along in a coral area, or never, other than farmed area, we have never seen a bit of Kappa ficus colonizing in non-farmed areas. Now when we talk about the projections of or future projection of Kappa ficus culture, presently 27,000 rafts can be produced. It is estimated that 6,750 tons of Kappa ficus from coastal districts of Tamil Nadu in a 45 days culture period per crop. If an additional 30,000 rafts are deployed for cultivation in 5 states, Gujarat, Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, Odisha and Maharashtra by 2020, by deploying 150,000 rafts, the total seaweed production of the country would be 44,250 tons wet weight in a 45 days period, culture period. With the 4 crops of 45 days duration in a year, a total of 1,77,000 tons wet weight of seaweeds can be harvested in a year. Next slide. I will briefly mention the constraints. The major constraint we found is the primarily lack of proper marine spatial plans and appropriate financial and insurance support is lacking. That's why there is a lethargy in the seaweed farmers now. Because of the lack of interest, some people are not willing to adopt seaweed farming, but those who are already in the line are their family descendants. They are keen on continuing this seaweed farming. Studies carried out on the standing crop estimation shows that Gildea sarosa in Gulf of Mannar is gradually declining from 1,400 gram per meter square, which was recorded in 1996 or period. It has finally come to only just 450 grams per meter square during observation during 2012-13 period. This shows that Gildea sarosa and the Gracilaria growth is in the natural bed is diminishing and declining like very drastically, and definitely we should we should promote Gildea and Gracilaria farming in our coastal waters along side by side along with our Kappa ficus. Scarcity of quality seed material for Kappa ficus is also another problem. So we have to take up varietal improvement programs, and we can adopt Gracilaria dura. It is a new species which is new for seaweed farming. This is a high yielding species. This Gracilaria dura can be promoted for agar industry. Natural calamities such as cyclonic weather and grazing by herbivores is another constraint. And seaweed farming in India revolves around the Kappa ficus only. Farming of species like Gracilaria dura, Gildea sarosa, and Hypnea can also be taken up. And the way forward is the establishment of seed stock or seed bank through in vitro culture facility is a must. This will help commercially important seaweed production in controlled onshore facilities at a strategic location. This will ensure steady supply of seed material for all the seaweed farmers or Kappa ficus farmers. You can see that nowadays you can see when you set out beaches, you can see that a number of rafts are kept idle on the beaches for want of sufficient seed material. Because if you have a seed bank or a seed stock, sufficient seed stock, if it is maintained either in a controlled condition or in a deep water where water quality is good, from there we can ensure steady supply of seed material. Another problem is the development of a new and improved strains of Kappa ficus is an anvil, and this strain development, somatic hybridization through protocollus fusion techniques is to be attempted, and promote seaweed farming through vertical and horizontal expansion of the farming areas, and such areas could be earmarked exclusively for farming seaweeds. I said vertical and horizontal. Vertical is possible, but it should be water clarity or permeability of water to light should be very high. Otherwise, there is no point in expanding vertically, but horizontal is very possible, so that we can assess the carrying capacity of seaweed farming in a particular area, and according to the carrying capacity, we can expand horizontally to deeper waters. Next slide. The seaweed cultivation may be taken up by fishermen or fisherwomen cooperatives and self-help groups of the coastal areas along with side by side with cage farming or fish cages farming. A minimum price for the farmed seaweed and opening of marketing channels for seaweeds also should be considered before taking up large-scale farming of seaweeds in the country. Promotion of seaweeds as healthy food for human consumption, especially members of chlorophyceae like alva, calarpa, Andromorpha, such species can be promoted. And apart from its use as raw materials in extraction of bioactive compounds and marine chemicals may be also be attempted. Next slide. It is essential to bring forward seaweed cultivation under insurance coverage in order to compensate the crop loss during natural calamities. A cultivation of seaweeds is in agriculture in sea, and hence the harvested seaweeds shall be treated as agriculture produces for the purpose of fiscal levies. A minimum price for the farmed seaweeds and the opening of marketing channels for seaweeds also should be considered before taking up large-scale farming of seaweeds in the country. Seaweed-based biostimulants for use in agriculture should be duly notified as agriculture inputs by the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. Next slide. Expansion of seaweed farming in the country will improve the socio-economic status of coastal fishermen or coastal sea farmers and will be helpful in mitigating and negative effects of climate change while protecting the marine ecosystems from ocean acidification and ocean deoxygenation. The seaweed cultivation requires no land, no fresh water, and no fertilizer or pesticide. The large-scale cultivation will enhance rural employment opportunities and improve rural economy. Seaweed cultivation may be taken up by fishermen or fisherwomen, cooperatives, and self-help groups of the coastal areas along with the IMTA. National agencies like NFDB and NABARD can promote seaweed consumption through awareness campaigns and seaweed food festivals organized throughout the country. Next slide. Hence, I would like to conclude that a large-scale seaweed mariculture along the coastal area is the only green, climate-smart, and cost-effective method of carbon sequestration and aquapreneurship, which is capable of socio-economic empowerment of fishers. Thank you for patient listening.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Very
you.
elaborate presentation in detail on the various seaweed species available in the Indian coast. And you have also specified on the seaweed species which are being exploited in the coastal areas, the importance of seaweed, its role in nutraceuticals in agriculture, and on carbon sequestration, climate change impact mitigation, and again, the demand of seaweeds, especially for agar, algin, and other compounds, the threats also has been covered very well. And all the seaweed production techniques also has been discussed in detail. And there was a question also by a participant, and I hope that they would have been listening earlier. So the methods of seaweed farming has been also covered very well, the problems encountered, and the IMTA technique. So that is the latest technology to say, and I am very sure that your experiences shared is really an eye opener to all the participants. And thank you so much, sir. And we have just a few questions. Thank you.
Okay. One thing, I am very sorry that I could not go through the slide presented there because I was unable to see. So apparently I opened the presentation here. So I think some problem would have been.
We could coordinate, sir. We were based on your talk. We could coordinate.
Thank you,
so much,
Cyril. Thank you.
Thank you.
Then I will look forward to some questions.
Yes.
Okay, sir. We have some questions for you.
Yeah,
one participant named Francis Sharmila has asked your idea about culturing the native species of seaweeds.
Native species.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, see, we don't name it as native species because we don't cultivate any foreign alien species. Though Kappa is introduced from Philippines, Iloilo, but it has been similar species was obtained from Andaman waters. So we can't, and it is connected with geographical. There is no barrier in sea, so we don't name it as a invasive or introduced species. Actually speaking, in crop blue revolution, in green revolution, we have a number of crops introduced from other countries, other continents, in fact. But it is now considered as our own native species only. So I don't want to take up a controversy on native and introduced species or alien species. Actually, this seaweed farming involving Geldia lacerosa and Gracilaria edulis was started in 1964. But even now, there is no demand for, even no takers to venture into large-scale cultivation of these species. That is so-called native species, because there was marketing was so it was not assured. The marketing was a big question, but because of the intervention of these multinational companies like this PepsiCo Holdings India, they had a buyback policy. They assured the producers, farmers, that we will take up your product from the site itself. That's why this seaweed farming gained a big leap, and so many people, so many households, so many self-help groups came forward to adopt this seaweed cup of ficus farming. So marketing was the major problem, but now the research shows that there is an acute shortage of agar is there, not algin, but agar. To overcome this, definitely from now onwards, for this day onwards, we have to take up cultivation of agrophytes like Geldia lacerosa. You see the price is 80,000 per rupees per ton dry weight. So definitely, if you and entrepreneurs or entrepreneurs come forward to taking up Geldia lacerosa farming, definitely it is a very attractive business.
Okay, sir. Sir, we have one more question. It is from Mr. Kannan Periyasamy. He has asked, who will give license to private enterprises? Is it CAA or any other authority?
Okay, that licensing, actually leasing the land is with only the right is given to fisher folks, fishermen. Only with the help of them only we can carry out seaweed farming, because you know that to protecting or frequent visit or protecting from or just all the other husbandry practices, we require help of fishermen. So without the help cooperation of fishermen or fishermen self-help groups, we cannot run this seaweed farming in a profitable way, because there will be a conflict will be there and poaching will be there, or even some problems we can anticipate. If without the help of these fishermen, we cannot cultivate. This I have experienced even in 1980s and Lakshadweep itself. It's a very calm place. Even then, if they see some seaweed wrapped is seen against their way in because they cast net, they operate cast net for and clean the sea for bivalves or some octopus resources. If our seaweed wrapped comes against their way, they will simply remove it, and next day morning it will come to the shore. Without help of cooperation of the fishermen population, we cannot one cannot cultivate seaweed. Otherwise, we should have a specific area meant for seaweed farming alone. Or
sir, one last question.
Okay. One more thing. This Niti Aayog is very much after promoting seaweed, because our Prime Minister is very much interested in seaweed farming, seaweed consumption also. But that's why Niti Aayog is coming up in a very. They have asked the CM4I to prepare a roadmap for seaweed farming, and a committee has been formed to prepare a roadmap and policies for seaweed farming. Hope. Positive sign is will come soon.
Okay, so thank you.
Next question.
This is there is a lot of importance of seaweed, and we are able to see that only the Southeast Asian country people are using it as food, like
Okay.
But why in our scenario this is not happening? So though we know the science of it, the nutrition aspect, I think Sir can suggest how can we promote this so that people can take it up as a food, as a source of nutrition, especially.
Okay, okay, it's a good question. We tried. Our food habit is our resources are very plenty, heterogeneous. Or we see in fish itself we have got many resources. Yeah, I was in Andhra Pradesh, Visakhapatnam, and there people take only konam. That is vanchiram. We call it in Tamil. It is called vanchiram. That is kingfish only. They take konam or konam. They don't take any other like. Whereas we people from Kerala we like oil sardine, and you Tamil Nadu people will not take oil sardine, pechalai. They don't take. And the food preference is very, since diversity is there, they have got choices are very specific. That's why we have, though it is very nutritious, it has got lot of rare elements and growth hormones and vitamins and amino acids. People they don't relish the smell of that seaweed. I can, but we cannot digest also. More than 23 grams in a day, 25, up to a person can digest 25 grams in every day in seaweeds. Other than before beyond that, we cannot digest also. But people from Orient, that is Southeast Asian nations, they like seaweed. They regularly include seaweed as in their regular diet. Either in different forms they take, either a salad or sashimi, or that wrapping, this wrapping of sashimi wrapped, and as snacks also they take that fried dried oil fried seaweed they take. But we tried our all best to popularize seaweed consumption even in Goa, but we were not. That's why we need the help of. We have to motivate the restaurant chefs to include seaweed as to consumption of seaweed. But in foreign star hotels, they the guests coming from abroad, they sometimes they require. They ask whether you have seaweed or seaweed salad or seaweed diet. As such, we don't have any plan unless we have to frequently organize and food melas and popularize this. Maybe due to the repulsive smell or sulfur odor, we may not like to. People may not like enjoying seaweed.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for your support and sparing your time. Thank you very much, sir.
More details can be had from our my e-print, our CM for a library. We have got a e-print, and you can access so many publications regarding seaweed.
Sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay,
thank you.
Sir. Thank you.
Thank you, organizers, for giving me an opportunity. Thank you very much. Yes.
Next speaker is Dr. Paramita Banerjee Savant, who is currently working as a senior scientist in Division of Aquaculture at SIFI, Mumbai. She specializes in ornamental fish culture and breeding as well as coastal aquaculture. She has 68 research papers, several resource books, training manuals, and book chapters to her credit. She is heading ICAR SIFI in the prestigious All India Network project on ornamental fish breeding and culture of ICAR, and is also associated with the World Bank funded National Agricultural Higher Education Project. Today, she will be speaking on aquaculture, a focus towards sustainability and revival of endemic ornamental fauna. Ma'am, you can take over the session now.
Yes.
Ma'am, you can start your presentation, ma'am. Your screen is visible to us. Dr. Paramita? Dr. Parmita.
Dr. Parmita, your screen is visible. Are you able to connect to us? Dr. Parmita?
Oh, I'm sorry. I think my mic was off. Yeah, now is it visible? I will just connect once again.
Please connect back. I
Yes,
think
ma'am.
your.
Yeah. Can you see now?
No, ma'am. Earlier it was visible, but now we are not able to.
Yeah, I have just reconnected it. You'll be able to see.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can you see now?
Ma'am, you can.
Is it visible now?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry for the little lag. My mic was off. Yeah. So good afternoon to everyone. And I take this opportunity to thank the organizers profusely for giving me this platform to share my views on aquariculture. This is a topic, as we know today, is of you can say that this is the buzzword for today, because with the PM stressing on the importance of aquariculture and ornamental fish culture in a big way, it will be a sustainable future for this industry. I should call it an industry, or should I call it small scale farming? Either way, this holds good, because once we have started with a small scale venture, what we have started a decade or two ago with a small scale venture is now scaling up as a big industry in a way. So the focus or the buzzword here is sustainability and the revival of the endemic ornamental fauna. And that is what exactly I would be flagging today, some issues on this, where we can see the scenario today. As we have got the latest figures according to the government of India, that this has a turnover, this trade has a turnover of about 18 to 20 billion globally. And there's a good growth rate, but however, we still continue to be in the lower rung of this trade, in spite of India being a biodiversity hotspot, we can say. And the domestic trade, however, is increasing in a way that we can tap this resource to increase or to emphasize the domestic trade, because once the domestic trade catches up, there is a lot of ways now which how this can scale up into a global trade because of digitization. And one aspect of this domestic trade would remain misjudged if we see that the domestic trade is largely and very largely based on exotic species. And however, the major part of the export trade is based on wild collection. That exactly gives us why this divide is there between the share in the global trade by India. So because of this wild collection and illegal, most of the times illegal export, we are actually losing the endemic fauna. So as the trade expands, the issues such as the quality, environmental concerns, habitat protection, and sustainability of the resource comes to the forefront. And as we know that now everything we are talking about green concepts and green buildings, green eco spaces, urban green spaces are all that we are talking about. And why not this innovative green concept should come into our ornamental fish industry too. This is not new for us. Actually, this quality consciousness has been initiated quite some time ago. We can say about a decade ago, but it was actually unnoticed and very, very less emphasized, and that is the reason we are still in the bottom of the rung today. So this is the issue which I would like to flag today, that as consumers are becoming more quality conscious and demanding for social and environmental responsibilities, eco-labeling, traceability, and certifications have become important tools for sustainability. So the concern here is the crux of the problem, that is whether the fish is produced to sustainable systems or not. So just going back into a little more about the genetic resources, we all know this because we have all been students of fisheries. However, there are very many conflicting reports about the number of species, even though the Department of Animal Husbandry, Dairying and Fisheries have given some figures, and we have our premier institutes who have been updating these figures. This is the best figure we could find, that there are a plethora of ornamental fishes around our country, and it falls into freshwater, marine, exotics, live bearer exotics, egg layer exotics, and marine exotics. So along with this, what we today would be emphasizing is how to bridge this gap between the global and the domestic trade. So that is by conserving the basic principle of conservation of our endemic fauna, which is located around these regions. And the West Bengal, as you can see, is in the forefront also because of the largest share of the trade export, in fact, in terms of these exports going out from the Kolkata hub. However, we have two biodiversity hotspots here, and the biggest hotspot caters to the Kolkata hub, that is the Northeast Hill region hotspot, which has the highest number of freshwater endemic fauna. Some say it is 274, but most of the people are of the opinion that there are around 250 species there. And along with that, we have another very big hotspot, that is the Western Ghats, and this stretches along the west coast. And we have some beautiful fauna which are also interspaced between these two hubs of the Northeast and the Western Ghats. Along with them, we have the islands, which are the Andaman Nicobars and the Lakshadweep Islands, and a wee bit into the Gulf of Mannar ecosystem too, we see. Well, yesterday we had a little talk about this from Dr. Atul Jain, and he has given us a few statistics here and there. But actually, what we discussed yesterday were the entrepreneurship opportunities. So just like to, in case some people were not there yesterday, just a little bit of a refresher that the development of ornamental fisheries in the last bit of the 20th century and the beginning of the 21st century is quite different. It falls into three phases actually. When before the 20th century, there were more rich people into this, as the rich hobbyists would be into the forefront. However, the beginning of the 21st century, we saw a boost from Empida, which did not actually quite make an impact. However, there was the boost going on for quite some time, in 15 years, then followed by NFTB holding hands around 2017 and 18, pumping in 62 crores into this industry. And thereafter, even after the NFTB venture, we had a little bit of a stagnation in the industry, mainly because there were rich players into the forefront. However, as the 2020s are progressing, and with the boost received from Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana to the tune of about 576 crores now. It is 72 here, but it is 76 according to the PM Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana document. So there they have pumped in to boost this trade a little more so that the number of hobbyists can increase to about 5%, as I have seen shown in the vision on this side. And this will also increase the domestic trade and the export figures. This is what the vision is of the Prime Minister, and that is why we have to work towards it with the maximum innovation that we can make into this industry. And the livelihood opportunities have already been told yesterday, so I am not going deep into that. So going into the diversity what we have in order to formulate the guidelines for revival of the endemic fauna. First, we all know, but then let us have a look into the diversity of our native fauna that exists today. So the largest of these are the barbs, and we've got a plethora of barbs with us. As you can see, these are all original specimens we have collected from the Northeast, and there are loaches which again are underrated. However, these comprise, in fact, among the barbs, as you can see, the Kerala queen is one of the most exportable commodities. Along with that, the loaches are again the second of the exportable commodities. There are colorful gouramis, and we have a number of species around the subcontinent, and we have also some of these species from the genus Nandus, and the Badis also is occupying a great position as of now in terms of export. And there are many small species. The Danues occupy a very important position where we know that they are also model specimens for research. And here we can see many of these specimens which are we get in the northeastern hill regions. The puffers also occupy a big exportable commodity, wherein this, as you all know, we have plethora of snakeheads in and around the continent. However, the most sought after snakehead, that is the Channa Barka, is now nearing extinction. So there is a closer species called Channa aurantimaculatus, which is available, and many are being sold in the name of Channa Barka. However, we need to have a concerted effort to conserve these snakeheads. Then we have these glass fishes, which are actually also a model of research, because they can be a great receptacle for any kind of research with fluorescent dyes and markers. And we have these fishes which are doubling up as ornamentals when they are in a juvenile stage. That is the Penga, which is a state fish of Manipur. And there are many more carps, and Netopterus as well is a food fish in the northeast. Then these are the catfishes which actually command high price in the export market, that is the corridoras. And these have been also tried to be bred in many of the pockets, as we know. One more is the killifish, which is actually understated, but this also occupies a good position in the export market. And along with this, we have the suckers and eels, and the needlefish, which is Zenithodon, is also a food fish. And I would like to also harp upon the freshwater sharks, which are colorful. There are varieties which are very colorful: the white-tailed shark, the red-tailed shark, and there are many more where we can see many of these in the peninsular India among that list which I showed you. And these are going to be, slowly coming into the forefront, mainly because the ICR has initiated a network project on breeding and culture of native ornamental species. And under that, there are now, within the next 5 years, we would have the technologies for around 60 species of native fauna around the country, that is from the northeastern hill regions as well as the Western Ghats. The work is going on, And in our, from a Fisheries Institute in the West Coast, we have been working on, actually we have been working on 7 species now, and the work is midway, and we are trying to standardize the breeding and the seed production. And I would like to mention here that TNJFU is also not very far behind you all. In fact, it is an appreciable effort from TNJFU that we have now with us, the Rainbow Technology Park, where you have been able to standardize. In fact, the seed production has been initiated, and mass seed production for some of the species are happening, and they will be joining hands soon with us, so that we would be in a concerted effort be able to take the necessary steps for conserving these endemic fauna. So these are some of the other species which I had clicked from this northeastern hill regions. This is a small little bit of a snapshot on the species that have been bred, and wherever I have put the star, that is because these efforts have been taken by TNJFU also on breeding of these specimens, that is the filamentosus, Puntius filamentosus, then the Puntius concorneus, the rosy bark Puntius, that is common between these 2 regions, and then the Danio-dangela and the Puntius sophor, and a few other species also, the exotic species such as the African jewelfish have been bred by you. And I think the state-of-the-art structure that you have created under the Aquatic Rainbow Technology Park is an example in itself. So I would like to harp on the fact that the top 10 high-value indigenous ornamental fishes exported from India, even though many of these are being bred, like we have this under the program of the network project from our institute. We are breeding the scarlet baddis, we are breeding the zebra loach, we are trying to breed the one of the barbs also, and there are a number of other shrimps also which we are trying to breed. Those are the indigenous shrimps. So here we would like to contribute to this by standardizing this technology. Will be available in 1 or 2 years more, and it will be standardized along with the NPPP mode. So the top 10 high value indigenous ornamental fishes exported from India are these we can see, and we have been into this for quite some time, even though the Channa Barca specimens have now they have been concentrated to be bred in the northeastern universities. So other than that, we are trying to standardize most of these. Now, if we see the indigenous species with major composition in exports, we would see that there are actually varying reports. However, the most authentic we find from what has been listed by MPIRA as well as the Department of Animal Husbandry, Dairying and Fisheries is that we have these so many species which actually are occupying a major share of the exports. And among the freshwater and marine sectors, the 90% of the marine species are collected from the wild and only 10% from the culture. However, in the freshwater, if you say 90% from culture, it also comprises here. This is a figure from the PMMSY document, and they have said that freshwater comprises of 90% culture because it also consists of the exotics, which form the major share of the culture receptacle in our country. And they say that, however, we say that it is there are some prices which are commanded by our these FOB prices have been given for majority of the species which are popular abroad. And this price, if we want to increase or if we want to take it to an optimized state, we need to follow certain guidelines, and I would be just coming to that. Now, among other than these two marine biodiversity hotspots, which mainly cater to the freshwater fauna, we have marine ornamentals also, and the research is very active in this front. As we can see the figures here, there are 113 finfish species in the Gulf of Mannar, and that many, as I had shown you earlier too, that in Lakshadweep, and these are only for the marine ornamentals. And I'm very proud to say that CMFRI has been able to standardize the hatchery technology for more than 20 species, and they have crossbred species too. And we find so many species of clownfishes and damsels now crossbred, as well as native species standardized, and this will add to the domestic trade, as well as in the near future, it will add to the export basket very soon. Now, if we go into the innovative sustainable approaches for revival of the endemic fauna, according to me, there should be a two-pronged approach to this. This only captive breeding and seed production will not solve the problem, and only small scale units will not solve the problem. This two-pronged approach should be directed in such a way that there are researchable solutions and there are technical certification solutions. So the researchable solutions will be undertaken or initiated and standardized by the academicians and researchers, and the technical certification solutions have already been formulated for ornamental fisheries. Just now, Dr. Kaladharan sir was telling that the government of India is formulating guidelines for seaweeds. So likewise, I think we should be thankful to Dr. E.G. Silas, the late Dr. E.G. Silas, who had been instrumental in formulating technical certification guidelines for ornamental fisheries. And so one by one, coming into the researchable solutions, the researchable solutions are many. So we being scientists, we should be able to bring out solutions through different kinds of research. And this, the first of its kind is the making broodstock available for new varieties through captive breeding programs. This has already been initiated in the mode, in the network project mode in ICR, as well as the SCUs are doing their bit, and I should commend the work of TNJFU in this. Also, they have been participating in captive breeding program of the native fauna too. And according to the data that is available, the Aquatic Rainbow Technology Park has been catering to this. And there are other means through which we are trying to, in fact, value add to the native species, that is through genetic selection, through live gene banking and improvisation of the existing technologies. So if I talk of genetic selection, the shining barb is a very shining example, which CIFA has produced and standardized, and the seed is available to the stakeholders right now. And that is a marvel of scientific acumen. Now, the next, I should say, is the search for stable, unconventional feed additives for color development. Now, this, if I say stable, unconventional feed additives, it does not stop at the conventional carotenoid level. Now, research is on, and I should be proud to say that we have been able to, in our institute, in my research programs, we have been able to optimize, characterize an unconventional feed additive from carotenoid, which is supposed to be more stable than carotenoid, and has been able to give a very good response for color development. And along with this, this can be made into the artificial feed, but in terms of live feed, the fortification of live feed programs should be a focus at this point of time, when we need more of exportable commodities, because color is a very big determinant of price in the market. Then one more aspect of color development comes in terms of color inheritance patterns, and this is worked out by geneticists in terms of the inheritance of very, very conspicuous color patterns in various ornamental fish families. And this will help in designing better selective breeding programs, because the selective breeding programs, we can take, we can in fact, we can take up different traits which are we can research on different traits which can be passed on unchanged through the generations, and that is exactly what the color inheritance patterns are all about. As I'll show you here, these are the value added rosy barb which are existing today in the market, and here is the value added glass fish, as I was telling you a while ago, that fluorescence patterns can be worked out. I mean, different the effect of different fluorescent dyes. However, in terms of glassfish, there are unethical practices also, which are juicing and painting of these semi-transparent fishes. But that is another aspect of this. So then the zebra danio, the value-added zebra danios are also part of these selective breeding programs, and the research on color inheritance patterns is a very new research now, which needs to be a little older in order to give us some conclusive number of conclusive inheritance characters. So then along with this, research on food habits, life stages and types of mouth of various types of ornamental fish are very important. Yesterday we had a deliberation on the
Dr. Paramita? Participants, we regret for the inconvenience. There is a small technical issue we will sort out shortly.
Hello.
Ma'am,
Yeah.
you are audible. You can proceed, ma'am.
Okay, I'm so sorry. The connection was very unstable.
Okay.
Can you view the screen?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'll share it again. Is it available now to view? No?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'll have to share it again. Just hold on, please. Sorry for this. Yeah, can you see this now?
Yes, ma'am. We can see your presentation now. You can proceed, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Which was the last slide? This was the last slide?
Yes, ma'am. About glassfish.
Okay, fine. Yeah,
Okay.
I was telling you about glassfish because this is a very, this has a very gruesome end to it because of juicing and painting, and that is an unethical practice. However, it doesn't fall within the scope of this presentation. So we would just like to mention it that glassfish is another model which is very much used in research too. And along with this, we see that so many models of zebra fish have been created through selective breeding, and this is one of the researchable areas where we can do wonders as researchers and academicians. Now, along with this, I would also like to harp on the fact that the color inheritance patterns, if they need to be studied, we need to also delve into the physiology. That is, yesterday there was a very good deliberation from Dr. Rajaram about the food habits, the life stages, the types of mouth of various types of fishes. This holds true for ornamental fishes as well, because here, if we research on the food habits extensively, and there are different niches to be catered to, and the life stages of the fish where we go from when we are developing the brood stocks, we need to research on the life stages of fish with different kinds of feed and how the different types of mouth of various fishes of the endemic nature, because we have yet to study many of these in terms of the various species and the various families that we have in the country, the native families. So this research would prove very instrumental in formulating specific kinds of feed for each of the fauna. So we have researchable outputs now that SEBA has, the Central Institute of Brackish Water Aquaculture has come out with an ornamental fish feed. CIFA has been giving us ornamental fish feeds, and CMFRI also have formulated the Varna and the Varsha group of ornamental fish feed for freshwater and marine ornamentals. And these need to be taken forward again for specific groups, and this is only possible when we study the food habits, the life stages and types of the mouth characteristics of various ornamental fishes. Along with this, we could also do various encapsulation studies, including the nano encapsulation studies for better dispersibility and traceability. Now, after the feed aspect of it, the next aspect, which is actually of paramount importance, is the disease aspect. And I find that many of us are concentrating only on disease diagnostic kits. But what we require now are mitigation kits. We should go beyond the classical ways of quarantining now and come into this. If we want to go ahead and make our produce into an exportable item, disease diagnostic kits will not be the answer only. We have to go beyond that into mitigation kits and find a cure for the diseases which are occurring. I know that culling is the best mechanism in case the disease is not to be cured. However, there are now herbal concoctions, and I think the active ingredients in these herbal concoctions need to be studied better so that we can formulate better feeds. And this is the role of academicians and researchers, not the entrepreneurs themselves. So this is one area which I would like to flag. And in this case also, human capacity building for through training programs, once these are developed, we should be very rampant in transfer of these technologies to the entrepreneurs and the existing entrepreneurs and the budding entrepreneurs. And along with that, the identification and etiology of the pathogens, like they do health management in food fishes. I think health management in ornamental fishes is one aspect which is very much neglected. So this is only limited to documentation of the different kinds of diseases, but we should go beyond that and study the etiology of the pathogens in the ornamental fish life. And then all of these sum up into the transfer of technology for all these things that will create ultimate impact. And then I was just talking about the detrimental effects of external juicing and painting in ornamental fish, especially very much in the transparent varieties such as the glass fish. Now, these detrimental effects have not been studied, so these need to be studied. And one more thing is that as I have visited Rainbow Technology Park, you have a state-of-the-art RAS system there, and why not we initiate some study on the efficacy of the RAS-based systems versus the traditional systems. And this is very much essential to show that this kind of a model where you have created is one of the best in the country, and this can be replicated in other parts of the country if we want to boost this sector. Now, the efficacy in terms of aquaponics, ornamentals and biofloc systems, and IMTA and freshwater IMTA systems, as well as marine IMTA systems, can be also researched upon. Then one more thing is a researchable area is the innovative packing and transportation aspects of ornamental fishes, because many a times we have mortality during the packing and transportation, and this can be solved by innovative packing methods. And here the engineers come into the forefront, and we can in fact harness we can outsource this to companies to get us those kind of ideas of innovative packaging to minimize mortality, because sometimes the ornamental fishes have to travel long distances and they are unable to withstand the stress of transportation as much as the food fish. Now, last but not the least, the research on digitization of markets. Now that Digital India campaign has come in, and with this lockdown post-COVID era will not be the same. So we have to in fact boost the digital markets so that ornamental fishes like food fishes can be sold through online portals. It is not very easy, but yes, there are innovative ways to market them. So the marketing and economics teams should take into account this standardization of these digitization protocols. Now, coming to the last part of it is the increasing quarantine and certification centers, and that is where the technical certification solutions come in. And I would like to talk about this green certification, which has been there for a while, but we have never talked about it. And I'm very in fact saddened to say that MPIDA has stopped giving emphasis on emphasizing this green certification protocol after 2015. In fact, 2013 onwards, it had taken a back seat. So, but this is the only way to innovate or to put in innovation into this industry so that we ensure economic sustainability, socio-economic sustainability, environmental product quality, as well as safety and traceability. And we will only get a fair value of this product along the value chain if we follow these protocols. So the concepts towards sustainability will only hold good if we make aware the local communities about these kind of standard guidelines which are there in this document. And this will prevent the unlawful and illegal practices of catching fish, because here we have emphasized the best ways, mostly the best ways to create a sustainable culture system, and that is a win-win situation that could have happened, but sadly it is not happening. So this is the time when we should again reinvent this green certification protocol so that to suit our own needs and transfer this technology or transfer this procedures to our stakeholders. So this is a little background into this. I think most of us know is that this was spearheaded during the international workshop held at Cochin in 2008, and thereafter the task force had been constituted under the chairmanship of Dr. E.G. Silas for developing innovative sustainable value chain approach from culture collection to the culture or to export of these freshwater ornamentals. Now, this value chain system gives the protocols based on the collection, handling, holding, breeding, the culture and culture facility requirements, conditioning for export, upgradation of infrastructure, up to record keeping. And this is very important, as I would come a little more into these very briefly. And this would ensure the tracking and the traceability of the product all along, because time is not far away when people will only want quality certified products. So according to the protocols, we have these kind of guidelines where they have given guidelines on the source of water, which should be used, the collection, how to collect, when to collect, to leave out the breeding seasons, to leave out closed seasons, and follow the fisheries departments for the quota for fish catch, in turn, not only for food fishes, for ornamental fishes as well. However, the state governments are urged to make their quota systems active. So there are many state governments where we don't find these active, but this is important. Then we need, they have given the protocols for using certain nets and eco-friendly gears, the timing of the collection. I'm not reading out the slide, just going through it for your, because the points have been highlighted in red, so that they are, the subsequent transfer protocol would be much optimized. Because if the collection protocol is optimized, then it affects the rest of the value chain. So we are, here we can see that this handling hand by hand is to be avoided. In all cases, the handling should be through nets. Then there are guidelines for handling, not to overcrowd. Then the type of cloth to be used. So these are to be told to the stakeholders during the when we are giving them adequate training, that any kind of nowadays eco-friendly cloth can be used. And then one more very important thing is that all along the the transportation, there should be battery operated aerators, and this is advisable nowadays, that filling in oxygen and transporting should be upscaled to this, because this is only going to ensure a better product as they reach. Now this is a picture of an innovative packing system which is there in Thailand. Now in this system, they have this channel which operates this rotating channel, as I have pointed the pointer here, and they can simultaneously put in the number of plastic packs, and there is a automatic dispenser of water which fills in a required amount of water in each. So once the machine is turned on, this base rotates and the water is filled in every one of these packs, and there is no touching by hand. There are conveyor belts from these tanks which convey. Thereafter, this can be connected to the conveyor belts and the fish is filled in. So these kind of protocols, we have to scale up our systems to these kind of innovative protocols, so that there is, the fauna in any way is not injured and there is minimum handling. Now, technological interventions are there for primary holding facilities and secondary holding facilities, where they have given guidelines of how to use the water, and there is always a guideline to use possible rainwater which can be harvested, and however, by checking the ionic consent of the rainwater, that should be used, and biosecurity has to be ensured. So all these protocols should be in place. So you can see this farm, which there are a lot of things, there shouldn't be any kind of clutter around the farm. So this kind of things should be avoided. It should be as far as possible kept very clutter free, and that will ensure a better primary holding fish facility. And there are also guidelines for the FRP, the tanks which should be used, and the transportation from the primary to the secondary facility should be under proper insulated containers, and the discharge water from the facility should be treated before release. Now we can see here these protocols are again from another country. So the automation here is itself a testimony to the quality that they serve. So in terms of, I think in RGCA, we have such protocols in place. And so we should be also, that if that is for shrimp, we should also be doing this for ornamental fishes. I think many of the private entrepreneurs who are into this business for a long time, they try to do it to the best of their ability, but this should be, in fact, there should be innovation. This is again where the researchers come into the forefront, where we should innovate, create low-cost devices for the stakeholders, so that they can do their packing and transportation using low-cost machines. So again, the secondary or the main holding facility also needs to be standard in according to this protocol, and there should be permissible antibiotics and anesthetics that are used. Now, there are these protocols are there in place as any other protocol we have learned in case of fish culture, but there should not be, in fact, there should be a limit to the permissible quantity of fish that can be held at a primary and a secondary holding facility. And in the secondary holding facility, a laboratory has to be a mandatory thing. Yesterday, I think Dr. Atul was showing that in his facility, he has created a state-of-the-art facility in Udaipur where his facility contains primary, secondary holding facilities with laboratories and biosecurity systems. So that is exactly how it should be for all entrepreneurs. So as you can see here, we have these kind of systems in place, but there should be, these should be in rooms which are insulated. So we can see here in the first picture, the insulated rooms with clean areas should house these during the pre-shipment. So the exporting facility should have certain standards adhered to, so that we have always got a green certification. We should ensure that we get a green certification for exportable commodities, and if only these are followed, these procedures are followed, we are sure to get that, and that is what we should strive. We should advise our stakeholders to strive for. Now, health certification is not only for the fish health, but also for the water quality, for the antibiotics or the probiotics or the prebiotics that have been used. So all that should be declared and stuck on the labels. So this is what the green certification guideline says. Now, adequate biosecurity measures are to be taken in these areas too, because if these areas are contaminated, it will contaminate the whole lot. So then the HACCP, as we all know, is a very important point in seafood processing industry. So here also they say that we should be adopting the HACCP measures, and therefore more. In fact, the use of organics, the use of green feed, the use of RAS, and all that has been made mandatory here. And there should be a proper quarantine and conditioning area. Now, this is a picture where this is in a biggest tilapia farm in Thailand, where this area is the only area which is exposed in the farm, and the rest of the area has an underground RAS system. So we just went to see this area, that these pipelines are within 2 meters area, all the pipelines where they do all the maintenance work. All the pipelines else are underground, and wherever the areas where their fish tanks are, the pipelines straight away come out from the ground. So that is to minimize the handling, the pollution, and this is a great system. If this can be implemented in our country with state-of-the-art farms where the RAS is fully underground, that would be actually instrumental in creating a certified unit. So along with this, there would be disease management areas, and the packing area, electricity, all these areas should be separated and very well maintained. And this source of water also has to be very much monitored, because as we have seen in one of our studies on the critical control points which are affecting the value chain of ornamental fish production in one of the major hubs of the country, we saw that the sources of water and the water quality is a major issue, where most of the small entrepreneurs, they fall back on. I mean, their produce falls back on, because they usually do not have any check on the water quality regularly, and this should be solved. The source of water and that RAS is the solution for all this. But if there is no RAS, they should be in a position to treat the water well, and therefore there are also guidelines for this. And wherever possible, rainwater harvesting is again an alternative means of water supply. Now, inlets and outlets should be well managed, and this should have a battery of inlet outlets like this. This is a farm outside India, but everything should be, in fact, wherever the display units are there, they have very good units in place with complete RAS systems. So that should be involved, because the biofilters themselves will be a very will play a very important part in this case, just like in a food fish farm. And we can minimize a lot of energy in this, because biofilters themselves would be instrumental in economization of in terms of power. Then proper radiation, and there are many other guidelines, like a space should be there, minimum space, as in this it has been shown here. This is not maintained in most of our farms in India. Then the nettings are also there, just like food fish farms. We should have anti-predator nettings if we have a big pond culture farm for ornamentals. Now this is a grading machine. This size grading machine is there for ornamental fishes. This is outside India again. These are tanks where they have adults of ornamental fishes, and there is a size grading machine which is connected to the tanks. And here again there is minimum handling, and only whenever the customer is coming, or the somebody is coming to buy the fish, they will grade the fish through these, and it will be filled using pipelines into the packets. So again, this kind of system will ensure certification standards. So here I have shown that how this is a direction of flow in the tanks which should be maintained. That is a diagonal flow which should ensure that there is minimum sludge accumulation, as well as the flow of water is maintained in terms of moderate. We can in fact also optimize the flow through flow meters here. And there should be connection between sedimentation pond and the reservoir pond. And the concept of a shrimp toilet has been, in fact, this is again in another country where they have a sludge removal in terms of it's a kind of a outlet which is in the form of a toilet. They say it's in the concept of a shrimp toilet. So the sludge removal can happen in that. Wherever there are big ponds, it is not easy to drain out water. So sludge removal should be in place. This is again one of the they have given under the green certification protocols. Now this is a live ornamental fish stall. This is again an innovation which I would like to flag here, that wherever markets are there, we should have live counters in such a way that we have built-in RAS systems. Can you see this? This is a built-in RAS system, and this is a small receptacle kept to so that the customer would pick out his own fish and put it here, so that it can be packed through. It will be taken to the automatic packing area and packed in the packets without handling. So this kind of an innovative setup is not there in our country, but this should be there, so that there will be adequate, showcasing of the products. And wherever there are metro hubs should definitely have these, because there may be a lot of customers who would be interested in exporting from here, or the middlemen who would be coming. We should do away with middlemen, but sometimes we cannot avoid in the setup which is existing in our country. So this, if in this way our farmers would themselves display their produce, it would go a long way in boosting their export value. Now the quarantine and conditioning area is much the same as it is for any other food fish. And the foot bath, also the how the foot bath should be, has also been given in the guidelines. And this area is very important, because this is the area which would be this is the area which is a buffer zone. In fact, there should be a buffer zone again between the quarantine area and the primary holding area. They say to put another buffer zone, buffer quarantine. So there are 2 quarantine areas. They say it should be there to ensure that there are no carry forward of diseases or any sort of other problems. So here, fish health monitoring is an important part. As I said, that in the secondary holding facility, there should be hospital tanks There should be labs. There should be, in fact, this can be a part of the secondary holding facility or separate. And there are several guidelines which are there, like disinfecting of areas regularly, and there should be disease diagnosis in the lab itself. And that is difficult, but well, as research institutions, we can definitely help out our stakeholders with the disease diagnosis. So I said earlier, this is one of the most neglected areas of research in ornamental fisheries. So health management is important to be researched. Then this is again, the guideline says that there should be laboratory for primary observation of the clinical signs in the laboratory. So here they should have 3 sections, that for the autopsy, the biopsy, and the microscopic observation. And the effluent water should be treated. So again, the RAS would solve this. And these are the list of permissible medicines according to MPIDA. I think most of us know this. So these are for the stakeholders, which they should be having this as a ready reckoner. Here again, the feed preparation on the storage area, just like any other fish farm, should be separate. And one more very important thing is that routine monitoring of the farm environmental quality, such as water quality parameters and disease, combined with a good record keeping, is a prerequisite for all units. The record keeping is very important, and as we have done it in our GCA for shrimps, it should be done in all the exportable units of ornamental fishes as well. Most of the people do not know the importance of this. So it is us researchers and academicians who should be instrumental in making them understand the importance of good record keeping. So this is the crux of the green certification protocol, that is the best management practices. Since we all know the best management practices for food fishes, this holds for this too. And there are 12 best management practices which can be put up on each on the walls of every farm. So if all this is followed, the green seal labeling procedure would be adhered to. And this, in fact, is green seal certification standards are going to be taking this industry to new highs. So I think along with this, there is one thing which MPIDA had emphasized. I do not know how much they have adhered to, the scorecards for assessment. So whenever the exportable units, if somebody applied to MPIDA for being assessed as an exportable unit, he has to score more than 75%. So however, if this has become a little dormant now, I think it's time we should revive this again. And then only we would have kind of a green cycle, a green value chain, and we would be able to get funding also. So here are the funding supports which can be had. In fact, yesterday Dr. Atul Jain had also told us about it. And now under Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana, I think there is a lot of boost. So under MSMEs, that is the micro, small and medium enterprises, people can apply for loans after a certified training, and that is a win-win situation. Some of the glimpses, that is all today for according to my researchable solutions and technical solutions in terms of what researchers and entrepreneurs would be instrumental in taking this industry to greater heights, what they can do. Now, this is a small glimpse of a public aquaria. As yesterday, we were having a talk from Dr. Atul Jain. He was saying that people can make public aquaria. So the outside of the public aquaria he had shown, and now I'm just showing you an inside of a public aquarium, which is in the Burafa University in Thailand. This is the Bangasian Aquarium. They have created the state-of-the-art RAS-based aquarium, which houses all the species under the earth, not only ornamental fishes, but ornamental invertebrates, jellyfishes. In fact, jellyfishes were very beautiful there. And you can see the amount of lighting in this. These are small things which we picked up from there, that if we have to have a good display and attract good public, then we need to have very good illumination in our tanks, which is most of the time missing in public aquaria in our country. So these illuminations are programmed in such a way that they change color every time a visitor comes and stands in front of the aquarium. The color changes happen, and the sensor is based in such a way that as the visitor goes away, the color is again stable and dimmed. So this kind of technologies, I think, will go a long way in boosting this sector. As you can see, this on the overhead also there is an aquarium, which is a live aquarium, and this kind of a visual display will help to give a boost to this industry. And this I have put here because as we are talking about the conservation of endemic fauna, endemic ornamental fauna, here we can see that how they have displayed the whole of the conservation aspects around the display unit. Conservation through research and this is teaching. I mean, they have there are small children coming with teachers, and all the aspects of that particular species are displayed around. So this is again in the same place. There are different sections where they have conservation aspects, they have culture aspects, they have lifestyle, life cycle displays. So this kind of thing would go a long way. This is again a glimpse of a farm in the Northeast, as we were talking about large scale farms all the while. But this is a small scale farm where he has in fact made the farm eco-friendly in every way, except that there is a plastic lining on his wooden shelves. This in the Northeast, you know that wood is very easily available, and that is why they have created wooden receptacles. However, to make it watertight, they have used plastic linings. Now the crux of this is that this plastic is not normal plastic. This plastic has been made out of fish scales. So this is available. This is a technology which is available. This actually is imported from another country, this biodegradable plastic. This biodegradable plastic holds good for only about a year or so, and then they have to be replaced. But it's fine because it is not creating any pollution. So from fish scales, they have created biodegradable plastic, which they are being used in ornamental, this is a breeding unit. So this kind of an innovation can be also brought out by our stakeholders. Now, this is another state-of-the-art ornamental plant plant culture facility cum vending facility, where there is an automatic vending machine here where they would just collect coupons, and the customer would just pick up the plants from here, pack it over here, just pay on the vending machine and go. This person over here does not have any role to play. So if this kind of a facility is possible in our country, that would go a long way in certifying our quality, because there is minimum touching by hand. Now this is again a cage farm. This is very common in our country too. But the reason why I have put this picture is, can you see this belt of Iconia here? This is the eco-friendly technology to keep all kinds of wave action at bay. They have lined this whole cage battery with Iconia all around. This is Iconia picked up from the water bodies themselves and just put there. And that is how they have multiplied the Iconia also. And the Iconia now grows naturally. So this is an innovation once again, which can be done for in our country too. Now this is a small scale recirculatory system for an ornamental fish unit in Thailand, where they have used oysters as in place of a normal biofilter. So oysters and mussel shells are used, live oysters are there, pearl oysters are there. So they say that they work very well as biofilters. So it is again a win-win situation. So this is a small farmer who has innovated this. This is an idea again for us to implement. So finally, we would say that this Aqua Rainbow Vision 2030 is dedicated to support the income of farmers and generate livelihood. And thereafter, if we strive to do better, we have to innovate continuously. And I think this webinar is justified in their topic that yes, innovation and sustainability should go hand in hand. And thereafter, if we are following the certification protocols, we are innovating, I think we are going on the right path, and that will go a long way in earning us exportable units in the country and a boom for this sector as the Prime Minister has envisioned. And that's all from me today. Thank you very much.
Dr. Pamita, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Very wonderful presentation, and we have started dreaming of lots of research to be taken up. And
okay,
you have
thank
opened
you.
our eyes in years to so many, like we have to do research, growth stock availability, pigmentation, selective breeding, developing feeds, and again on certification protocols, developing systems. Then again in disease diagnostics, and as you have rightly pointed out, we are only people to just diagnose or to identify the disease, but we are not able to find the proper remedy or cure, and that is where we are lacking. And again, misusing fishes. So the green certification with all the measures, I think you have dealt everything in and out, and I'm pretty sure that the participants, especially entrepreneurs and even the students who are going to pursue research, have a lot to take out, and we can really take this to greater heights. I think we can develop, and still we are, as of the present scenario, ornamental fish farming, we are lagging behind, though we have got all the resources. And indeed, this presentation is really good, and I thank you so much for the effective presentation. And thank you, ma'am, and we have a few questions. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, please.
Ma'am?
Yes.
Ma'am, we have some questions for you.
Yeah.
Ms. Mahadevi wants to know whether any certification agencies are available for domestic and export breed of ornamental fishes.
Yes, as I have shown you, this green certification is actually, they had, N.V.Sujathkumar was the certifying agency, and at present there are 35 exportable units certified by N.V.Sujathkumar. However, at present, after I think 2015, they have as the hierarchy changes, there are different changes in policies. So N.V.Sujathkumar has taken a back seat in these kind of certification programs. But yes, we can revive that if we have some policy makers in this group who is listening. We could, in fact, this was a mammoth task taken up by Dr. Sailas and his group. And this gives a certification based on all these protocols which I had just now listed. So since N.V.Sujathkumar is the body, we should once again revive and reinvent this certification. I think they are still giving it. If somebody approaches, yes, they will be getting it, because as I saw in the Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana document, that there are 35 N.V.Sujathkumar certified units, exportable units, and there are 212 breeding and rearing units. The highest number is in Kerala, and the next is in Tamil Nadu. So I guess you should approach N.V.Sujathkumar and get your unit assessed, and that will give you an opportunity to be certified.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. And Dr. V.R. Suresh has given one comment, and he has a question. A fish has its right to remain natural. Then how far our ethics allow us to take pleasure out of giving them colorations that are not natural, keeping aside the commercial aspect of it aside?
Can you just repeat it once again?
Yes, ma'am. Fish has its right to remain natural. Then how far our ethics allow us to take pleasure out of giving them colorations that are not natural, keeping aside the commercial aspect of it?
Okay, yeah, this is a very good question because we are not supposed to do anything which is not natural. Why I'm saying this is because the color development research is mainly based on natural additives. We usually are, if you are familiar with the food additives, most of the food additives from our vegetables and fruits, they have been used for developing color in fishes. But one problem or one drawback of this is that this color is most of the cases not inheritable because we have to keep on applying these kind of feed additives into the feed and continuously for keeping up the natural color. One aspect of this is that if we are using additive based feed in natural systems instead of aquariums, the color is much more vivid because we have researched in our research projects also. When we are keeping the ornamental fishes in cages, especially in small cages, even if you have a small system, a small pond, you can make a cage in that and keep the ornamentals in that. That gives a more vivid color than when we keep it into aquariums. And as ethical point of view is concerned, using natural feed additives is actually ethical. The only aspect which is unethical in this point is the use of juicing and painting dyes. You know, many people unethically are using injections to induce paints into the ornamentals. As I spoke about glassfish, most of these glass fishes have been juiced or they have been painted. So that practice is unethical and it is banned. So anybody who is found actually doing it, if they are caught, they may be their license may be taken. But using feed additives is completely ethical because we are using through feed, and most of the time carotenoids are used. And nowadays, carotenoid extractives, hydrolysates of carotenoids are also being used. So that is completely ethical. Only drawback is that we have to continuously use it. It is not heritable. So that is why the research on color inheritance comes into view, that there are certain, the geneticists will know better, that there are certain characteristics which or the genes which code for different colors, which are permanently carried over through generations. So that research needs to be carried out more in order to find out those traits. So that will be an inherent characteristic. We don't need to every time boost it. It will be carried forward through generations, but we should find out those traits through the research. So I think that answers the question. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing all your views and sparing your time, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
So for our concluding session, we have Mr. M. Christopher, who is our alumni and is founder and managing director of Aquatic Remedies Company since 2006, which manufactures and exports aquarium and aquaculture products. He is also the founder and managing partner of Natural Leaves Company since 2018, which manufactures and imports aquatic products. Gene 11, Wild, Story, Riore, Billion Bacteria, Wa Fish Feed Factory, Natural Leaves are some of their own product brands. He has formulated probiotic species for life support system of Dubai Mall Aquarium, Dubai, and Time City Aquarium, Hanoi, Vietnam. He is also manufacturing more than 200 types of products, including aquarium medications, aquatic supplements, probiotics, water test kits, and aquarium fish feed. With this experience as entrepreneur, he will be delivering a talk on aquaculture in entrepreneurship development. Mr. Christopher, you can now take over the session.
Hi, good afternoon. Is it audible?
Yes, sir. It is audible. You can go ahead with your presentation, sir.
Yeah. Thank you for the session, and I'm really feel privileged to be here. And thank you all the teachers and my college, Fisheries College and Research Institute from Tuticorin, since I passed from there in the year 2002. And my title is here is Aquaculture in Entrepreneurship Development. And in our field, people don't know what is aquaculture, but we call it as ornamental fish culture or aquarium fish or whatever it may be. And let me introduce myself. Like I'm basically a physics graduate, and I started my career in the year 2002. I worked in different field, Dr. Sundaramurthy of Dean, he introduced me to his classmate, Mr. Gandhi Narajan, and I went to him for a job, and he asked me, what is your interest? I told him, because I went to the job for aquaculture, and he asked me, what is your interest? I told him, it's aquarium is my interest. And he told, why don't you start up with the aquarium? Then that is the starting point. I changed from aquaculture to aquarium. So in the beginning itself. Then after that, I got a chance to work in Bahrain as a marine biologist, mostly on the ornamental fish side. Then, we were developing a lot of products, like even my own formulations, I have developed more than 200 products. Also, we export products to USA and Europe in their private labeling for their, apart from aquarium, we do also hydroponics products for a USA-based company, Atlantis Hydroponics. And this is our unit, which is situated in Kanyakumari district, Nagarkoil, Tamil Nadu. And so the next slide, please. Yeah, this is our R&D farm. We check our product in this farm. And once the product is ready, we check at least for 6 months to 1 year before introducing to the market. And we have this R&D farm, we are rearing shrimps and guppies of different varieties only for testing. But it is we do some commercial activity also within this farm. And this is 100% renewable energy. And with the rainwater harvesting system, we have around 35,000 liter of harvesting unit, of underground rainwater harvesting unit. And also it is powered by solar. And it is 24 hours circulation unit. And this is what we do with products as well as our testing purposes. The next slide, please. This is some of our products. We have more than 200 products, including water test kits for aquaculture, aquariums, and fish food. We sell around 100 tons of fish food per year in India for ornamental purpose. And also we are the #1 brand in India for the aquatic medications and additives as of now. And this is almost 14 years we are in the field, and we are doing it great and with a good level of spirit, and we are going ahead with the very good future development in our products. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. Look, like no, the previous one, previous slide. Yes. Okay. This is based on our real-time distribution calculation. The current situation of this approximate situation of the aquarium industry in India. There are more than 20 million hobbyists in India. We can say like around more than 2 crores of people, those who are into fish keeping in India. In that, which is supplied by more than 20,000 shops in India, and it is providing more than 1 lakh direct employment. And also it is providing more than 50,000 indirect employment. And also like only that export is going from India is mainly on wild caught ornamental fish from the freshwater side, and which is like merely on $2 million US. But India is only rely on import of accessories more than 20 million or 30 million US per year. So it is 95%, more than 95% of the accessories which is traded in India is from outside the country. So this is what we have to look into that, and we have to develop opportunity to look into this one. Okay, then a recent trend in aquarium customer market in India, like we could able to see the significant change from the customer base because previously customer used to keep only goldfish and mollies and live bearers and all. Now the trend is changing. People wanted to go with something very advanced and very advanced things like shrimp keepings, like ornamental shrimps, and gardening ponds and single species aquariums, and a lot of things are changing. So the market trend is changing nowadays. People in the next generation is keeping more keen on scientific approach of aquariums. So that is really a great time to see in the aquarium field. And there are the field in the Vastu and all those things are getting too much of this thing within the aquarium. Now the next generation is no more interested in Vastu and they wanted to keep the precise type of fish and everything in the aquarium. And as the trend is changing, the people are interested more in the planted aquariums, especially on the natural, which mimic the natural natural environment in the indoor things, and it looks more natural, and it is very good for the fish to keep in the tank. So it will be like fish will be happy, and also it will be giving like a more like very good view for the hobby. And also there is another one more trending setting up is nano aquariums. Though it is a nano aquarium which has a lot of infrastructure like inbuilt filters, and there are fans available to chill up the water, and there are like lights and everything, which is good for the plant growth as well. And there are one more thing is shrimp keeping. There is two type of species in ornamental fish, ornamental shrimps. One is Caridina and Neocaridina. These two species are emerging in, and the people are going for it actually. So the next slide, please. Yes, there is a new opportunity in aquarium market is like aquarium maintenance business. Like people eventually fail to keep aquarium is they don't find like maintenance people. So it is a good time to start up a professional way of maintenance services across the country, like in everything. So with like a thorough knowledge in the aquarium keeping, because each and every species of fish keeping is different in aquarium. So you should now have the very thorough knowledge in the aquarium tanks and these things, and frequent follow-up and water quality chart maintenance. Like you have to maintain the chart like a weekly chart. So when you go for the maintenance, you can refer the old records or the, for example, pH, temperatures, and hardness, and all those things, because the test kits are available. So it is a good way to start up a new business venture into the aquarium maintenance business. And yes, the next slide, please. Okay, then other opportunity, even the university levels, they could able to teach the aquascaping in the college level itself, because it is the more emerging trend in the aquarium business nowadays. You should have the scientific approach along with the creativity, as it will replicate the natural replica of any topographical, these things you can replicate here. And it will be a very good scientific reason to learn the things in the college or university levels. So my request is, why don't the universities come forward to make up a separate vision for the aquascaping, which is economically very important, because people nowadays very fond of this kind of activities, and there are many experts available to explore this kind of things in the level, because this is what the trend is going to set up in the future aquarium keepings. The next slide, please. And yes, we are importing more than 95% of the aquarium accessories from other countries. So this is the right time we have to venture into the Make in India project in India itself. So the government have to support this kind of activities to start up, for example, fish tanks and cabinets, and LED lights, and air pumps, hand nets, and other accessories. There is a lot of things. So you can see like more than 1,000 types of things which is used in the aquarium, which has a great demand. But more like in the whole world, the China is supplying all those things. So India need to be, the hub for the same accessories manufacturing here. So for example, we have a lot of things like Coimbatore is good for machineries, and Surat. There is for each and everything we have a separate lineup. So places, for the specialized things. So like that, we need some specialized places to start up with the aquarium accessories in India that will give a major boost to the economy as well as our industry rise up in the future days. The next slide, please. Okay, there are a lot of novel ideas to making up fish feed rather than the regular fish feeds, because people looking for the different type of feeds. For example, you can make up freeze-dried feeds for shrimp freeze, like krill freeze-dried, and even the insects we can freeze-dry and feed the fish, like cockroaches and all those things. We can even the worms. Which all those things mostly coming from outside to India. Why don't we start up this kind of activities? And also we can export from here. And also frozen feed for ornamental business. We can have our own mixed like a kind of frozen feed by squids and fish and all those things. We can mix it up, and other things like frozen artemia, we can make it up a blister packing for a marketing purpose. It will be very easy with the labelings and everything. It will be a good option. And also that another trend is coming up with canned fish feed. We can give the canned food for some fishes are very carnivores. They can use it, like even the seaweeds can be canned for the ornamental fish feeds, and seaweed wafers can be made. So that can also feed for. There are a lot of fish which will rely on the algae feeding, herbivore fishes. And there is another option available, gel feed. We can make the gel type of feed for feeding some kind of picky eaters in the ornamental fish. The next slide, please. The next slide, please. Is it audible?
Christopher, you're audible. You're audible.
Yeah, I wanted to change the slide to the next one. Yes. Okay, this is a most important question or any entrepreneur would ask for, whether the export is good or not. Like what we can do for the export. I will explain a little bit because already we all are like feeling hungry now. Like it's almost too much time.
No,
I will finish within my time. Okay.
No issues, Christopher. You can.
Yeah.
Christopher? Hello, Christopher? Christopher, are you online? Christopher? Participants, just a moment, we'll get it clear. Mr. Christopher will be back. Participants, sorry for the technical glitch.
Yes, audible. Sorry for the interference. Is it audible?
Yes, you're audible. You're audible. Please continue.
Yeah, so the export is concerned, when we go for the small volumes, it is better to market in the domestic market. If we don't have the volume to sell, sell, then we shall go for the export market. Because, for example, we used to sell pH test kits in the Indian market for 250 rupees, means we could able to export only 100 rupees or 120 rupees for the export market. So it is almost double price in the domestic market. But only thing is we get order in bulk. So that way we can compensate that price reduction. So that is the way we work on. If it is a large volume, we will go for export. Otherwise, the domestic market is the better option to choose with. The next slide, please. Yes. So what is the basic things required for the exports, especially from India? Let me take it out as accessories or product from India. Basic thing is we should have a GST registration and PAN number and a current bank account and import-export license and government registration. For some products, for aquarium or aquatic related product, you have to, if you have MBDA 1, MSME is the basic things which you need, and APED if it is agriculture product, and Capexil is some product like animal related products, you need a Capexil registration with the body. And third party assistant means you should have a auditor and forwarding agent which will look after the exports, and export invoice and document preparation assistant for the first time exports. And the documents generally we used to submit is invoice, packing list, country of origin certificate, which the forwarding agent can arrange, and special certification depends on the country what you are going to send. For example, if you are sending some product to Dubai, means they have to make a license to prior license from the importing country, and also a certificate of analysis is required, and MSDS, material safety data sheets. So we have to make a standard MSDS for each and every product. And some countries, if you are using wooden pallets and all, we need a fumigation certificates, and some countries they ask for the weight certificate as well. So this is the export formalities required for this one. Next slide, please. Okay, what is the industry required support from government? Actually, these are the few points I listed out here. One is previously we used to conduct national level aqua show, but though it's a COVID season, we cannot do. But in the future, we need at least a yearly annual a national level aqua show or exhibition, fish competition every year. So it will boost up the industry. And also the thing is, aquarium keeping has a lot of scientific reason to involve in the school syllabus. So the school syllabus can be added with a lot of concepts from the aquarium keeping, which will teach the students scientific reason, and also it will induce the future generation to go with a beautiful hobby. And there are this NFDB and all. NFDB is there for the whole fisheries industry for our country. They plan for some orientation program for the shopkeepers in the country, in the regional levels at least. So it will be a moral boost to the industry to get in touch with. And other thing is there are a lot of import and export procedures are related with customs and export formalities and animal quarantine things, and we need to appoint fisheries graduates or fishery related persons to the particular field. In most of the cases, people don't know about the knowledge about the fishes or other things in the particular job. It is giving us a lot of trouble, understanding problems. So it will be a great step if your government can do something about it. And we need for government of India can initiate a separate department for the ornamental fish alone. It will be a great help for the industry. And the ecotourism of ornamental fish also can be developed along with the good public aquarium within the international standards, because we did a lot of projects like for Dubai Mall Aquarium. We formulated them for the probiotic, because they have the sulfur-based system, which has been handled by Aquanis Sedan Behad, the company which is from Malaysia, but the company owner is from Australia. They had a good trust with us, and we have formulated a beautiful combination of probiotic to work in the same this one. But still now it's working well. along with the Dubai Mall Aquarium, and also we did a project in Vietnam also. And so like, and another thing is aquarium shops are really struggling to run with. Basically, fish farm having concessional electricity bills, maybe the shopkeepers also may require this kind of subsidized electrical bill will boost up the industry to sell the fish in the more profitable way. Then we need a state-of-the-art laboratory for the ornamental field for the fish disease diagnosis and also treatment, and also mainly for the fish disease diagnosis. And the next slide, please. Yes. So this is the main criteria, COVID-19 and aquarium business, how it is going. You may be surprised what is going on with the aquarium business along with the COVID-19. Apart from the full lockdown, there was no business at all. And after that, we could be able to see a lot of improvements in the aquarium business, especially after the COVID era, because people are now staying in the home doing two things. One is concentrating on the indoor plants, and another thing is they wanted to have an aquarium business. So these two things are getting more familiar after the COVID-19. Even there is a slight increase in the business for aquarium purposes in the COVID-19. Apart from the regular, all the fields are getting down, but this kind of things are because people staying in the home is giving us a good hope for the aquarium business. And that's what I think. It's almost too much of time. And next slide, please. It's I think. Yes, thank you so much. And this is our website, aquaremedies.com and naturalist.in. And I would like to thank given this opportunity. I would like to thank our Vice Chancellor, Dr. N.V.Sujathkumar, and Dean FC and RI Tuticorin, Dr. Sundaramurthy, and Dr. Cyril, and all the staffs who is working behind this webinar successful. And thank you very much for the great time. And any question is there, like you could ask, otherwise it's lunch time. You can have all your lunch and enjoy well. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. And what you have spoken is right from your heart and from your experience. And I'm pretty sure that everybody will be encouraged seeing you take up as an entrepreneur. And this is going to be a positive sign. And we are very happy also to hear that COVID-19 has got a positive impact on this sector. That is really wonderful. And we all are in it is all going in the right direction. So we were all thinking a lot that COVID-19 would have created a negative impact, but that is not what you have said based on the experiences. And I'm sure that this session will really be encouraging, especially to the students. And if they are, I hope that they are there online. And I thank all the guest speakers today for having delivered very wonderful lectures, and this is going to really have an impact. And I again wish everybody all the best. Now we are almost on the conclusion of the national webinar, and I request Mr. Dr. Vijay Amitraj, Assistant Professor, to propose the vote of thanks. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Good afternoon to one and all who are present here for this webinar. And it's my privilege to offer thanks in this national webinar on aquaculture, innovation, sustainability, and beyond. And first of all, our sincere thanks goes to our respected Vice Chancellor for supporting us in conducting this program. And we also thank our respected Dean, Dr. B. Sundaramurthy sir, for supporting us in all the process of this program and guiding us in conducting this program. And I also deliver our special thanks to all the presenters, because without you, this program is nothing. So I would like to thank everyone for being with us and readily accepting our request for being and for being with us. Thank you so much. And I also thank our coordinators, Dr. C. Judith Betsy and Anix Vivek Sandhya, for coordinating this program throughout for these 2 days and also before in the pre-preparation also. I would like to thank the coordinators for doing their job in a better way. And thanks are also to the participants, to all the participants who are here, who are joined with interest to be here with us. I would like to thank all the participants. And finally, I would like to register my sincere thanks to the Almighty for successful conduct of this program. Thank you, one and all. Thank you so much for being with us in this program. Thank you.
A request to all the participants, like we were also supposed to give in the recommendations, and due to lack of time, the recommendations will be compiled and sent. And our dean has also sent his word of thanks, since sir is busy with the meeting online. So on behalf of the dean as convener and our vice chancellor and the organizing committee, I thank each and everyone for having made this national webinar a huge success. Thank you one and all, and thank you for patient listening. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.